In 1962, John F. Kennedy said, "We choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and to measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, one which we intend to win, and the others too. Thousands of scientists and engineers, the best minds of the nation, were trained, and within years, we landed on the moon." Silicon Valley and the tech industry is the most dynamic, innovative, and creative the world has ever seen. It can do anything if it wants to, if it sets its mind to it.
Technology has reshaped the way we work, the way we live. The possibilities really seem limitless.
And the pace of change in technology is really staggering.
Whatever you can think of when it comes to technology, I feel like you can create.
There's no limit on creativity, and you never know where creativity is going to be launched from.
There are enormous opportunities in the tech sector. This is where the world is going.
It's the new job market, and it's the new literacy. Like, if you don't know how to code, it's going to be equated to not knowing how to read soon.
People who come with great ideas, with big problems to solve, really have the opportunity to solve them in a big and meaningful way.
By the year 2040, 42% of the U.S. will be Black and Latino.
1.4 million jobs in technology will open by 2020.
If you think about technology, most people historically used to think about it as just computers.
People don't realize you need all jobs. You need jobs in marketing, in HR, in finance, in PR. There's a number of roles and responsibilities.
Top salaries, never an issue. It's a well-paying job, where you're creating something every day that's making an impact not just on you or your people around you, but on the whole world.
There's a lot of folks in the room who have been told for whatever reasons that technology is not a safe place for them.
Young people of color are incredibly technology savvy. There seems to be this gap, between sort of, I use the technology, I master the smartphone, and then translating that into a career.
Having technology be more pervasive in education will help give more students more opportunity to actually enter into it.
If you want to build a career where you have lots of opportunity for growth and development, tech is that area.
The opportunities are huge.
Explore, be super curious, get under the hood of the car to get messy.
Don't quit. This industry is run by people who can be creative in their thinking. Encourage your peers to go down the path with you as well.
We hope that everyone who's interested in tech will give it a try and know that there are people in Silicon Valley and across the nation who are there to support you.
Be proactive. Be an agent of change.
We have a massive opportunity right now to change the face of how things look and how things are.
We can change the face of technology for the better.
We do need to change the face of the industry.
We have to change the face of the tech ecosystem.
Change the face.
Change the face.
Change the face.
Change the face.
To just change how business is done and how people live.
In Silicon Valley, inclusion is the key to equity and parity. The question is not can they, but will they? And they must. This world is our world. Our best days are ahead of us. Go forward by hope, not backwards by fear. And so now let's face the change and change the face of Silicon Valley.
Good morning, good afternoon, hello, greetings. The color of change. Thank you for bringing us up here into this moment, and here we are to kick off another day. Good to see everybody. I am Pastor Joseph Bryant Jr. I get the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Silicon Valley Bay Area Office of the Rainbow Push Coalition, under the phenomenal leadership of the one and only Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. And here you are at our 5th annual PUSHTECH2020 Summit. Thank you for joining us. Those of you who were with us last night, wow, you already know that was something, right? All that we were able to share yesterday all the panels, all the interviews, all the information, all the history. We were able to just run back a little bit and just react to, respond to, and rejoice about Reverend Jackson's journey, not just the 5 years that we've been doing Push Tech, but the 20+ years, really, he's been engaging Silicon Valley. He met with Steve Jobs. He met with Bill Gates. He sat down and had conversations with them about this evolving economic giant known as tech. And he wanted to make sure that the doors were opening up for everybody to have a chance. And that's what we're here to do, is celebrate diversity and inclusion as a part of PUSHTECH2020. We're going to do a lot of things today. We got a long agenda, but it's going to move real quick because we want to make sure to engage you. So make sure you're hitting us up through social media, you're hitting us up through the chat. Make sure you stay engaged. We want to make sure you're connected with us. Make sure you become a member of Rainbow Push. If you haven't already done so, make sure you become a member of Push. We want to continue to join with you in the fight to make things right. So here we are again today on this Friday morning, kicking off another fantastic day of interviews and panels and conversations about diversity and inclusion. We're also going to make sure we remember November 3rd with our voice, our vote. We're going to have some impact moments from our friends and our colleagues. And then, of course, we're going to end the day honoring my leader here in the Bay Area that brought me on board some 15 years ago. And I've been able to ride shotgun alongside Mr. Lyle Butch Wing all this time, watching him coordinate, facilitate, and bring things to pass. He's just been amazing. And as he rides into the sunset to enjoy his new life with him and his beautiful wife, we want to celebrate him. So you all hang tight with us all day. It's going to be fantastic. And as if that wasn't enough, we're going to end the evening with Friday Night Live for all the young folks, those that may not even be up yet, maybe still getting up, or maybe they're in school right now. Register your young person for Friday Night Live. It's going to be awesome. Sports tech, music tech, live DJ, giveaways, gifts, Facebook, Pixar. It's going to be hot. So you're in the right place at the right time. Tell a friend, share with a friend. This is the place to be. PUSHTECH2020 is going to be all that. Thank you for joining us. Here we go. Let's on with the show, y'all.
When we talk about Black voting power, we can't do that without the context of history. We know that the 14th and 15th Amendments were passed to make it easier for us to vote. But we also know that every step along the way, they made it more difficult. We know that there were people who looked like us all throughout the country who might have had the right to vote, but states and actors who just didn't have our best interests at heart made it more difficult. Whether we're talking about poll taxes or literacy tests or all of the voter intimidation that happened throughout the South, we know that our voting power has always been challenged. It took the 1965 Voting Rights Act to ensure that we could actually finally vote, and with protections. Even then, we were up against some amazing hurdles and challenges. Now we have voter suppression. Shortly after Barack Obama was elected in 2008, folks got together and ensured voter ID legislation was passed all over the country. In 2010, there were early voting days cut short, absentee voting made more difficult, and the more that people tried to re-enfranchise folks who committed felonies, the more folks work against us. So often when we talk about our voting power and what it will actually take, we can't do that without the context of everything our ancestors did to make it easier for us. This isn't a partisan issue, this is a moral one. When we talk about voting rights, we're talking about our civil rights, we're talking about our human rights, and we have to continue to have those conversations for our overall collective advancement. It is so important that we continue to move forward with dignity, with the respect for our ancestors, and with the respect for future generations. We must exercise our constitutional right to vote. We also must ensure that our brothers and sisters, our neighbors, our friends, our family members, all have their rights protected, and furthermore, that they have their opportunities, that they're encouraged about their right to vote. We have so many folks among us who say it's not worth it, that they shouldn't vote because their vote won't count anyway, that they shouldn't vote because their vote doesn't matter, that they shouldn't vote because the system was set up against them, that it was never designed for them. And while it's true that the system was in fact built on our backs, built on our free labor, and maybe it wasn't designed for us, if we know what was in the Declaration of Independence, if we know what the Constitution says, even what it says about the Electoral College. But what we know for sure is that we have always had the power to change systems, to make them serve us. And that is what we can do when we use our collective energy and force to vote. We need to continue to use our collective power to not only vote, but to mobilize others to do the same. This time, let's not just tell people to go vote. Let's tell people to go vote their interests, to go vote their power, to demonstrate what it looks like to be Black and empowered, and a Black and empowered educated voter. Let's ensure that we're telling people that you have to go vote for something, and that something are your interests. We have to do that together. We are better together than we are separated. We're better together than we are divided. Let's make sure that we show up on November 3rd, and if you can, all the days before that. If you can, vote early and make sure that you're taking your friends and your family members to the polls. Make sure that you're calling folks and texting folks, letting them know what's on the ballot. Democracy's on the ballot. The Supreme Court is on the ballot. Our voting rights are on the ballot. There's a case before the Supreme Court right now that may work to dismantle the Voting Rights Act even more. We can't afford to continue to watch our rights be trampled while we sit at home and not play our parts. Voting is our first step to ensuring that we're active citizens. We pay these people whether we vote for them or not. It's time for them to work on our behalf, and the best way that we can ensure that they're always working in alignment with our interests is by voting first and talking next. Let's make sure that the agenda that serves our community is acted upon, that they serve our interests, that they meet our needs. It's way past time. The time is now. It's 2020. Make sure that you exercise your right to vote. Encourage everyone around you to do the same. And let's see change happen on November 3rd.
Hello, my name is Brian Tippins, and I'm currently Vice President, Deputy General Counsel in the Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Operations, Legal, and Administrative Affairs function. And I have the opportunity to look after a number of programs in that role that drive our people and our social impact agenda across our global operations. I previously served for a number of years as HPE, then HPE's Chief Diversity Officer. And it was that capacity that I think I had the opportunity to meet many of you, but it was also in that capacity that I came to be connected with Reverend Jackson and his team of the Rainbow Push Coalition around their efforts to drive greater inclusion in tech. So just a little bit of history in getting us started in today's discussion. You may recall that back in 2014, HP Hewlett-Packard was the first Silicon Valley company that Reverend Jackson visited as Rainbow Push was stepping up its efforts around tech inclusion. The representative attended the HP shareholder meeting in early 2014, and he called on HP specifically, but the Valley more generally, to be more transparent around workforce representation and our plans to increase representation and access to opportunity. Now, at that time, some of you may recall that HP was among a small handful of tech companies that were transparent about the makeup of our workforce demographics. To their credit, Intel and Cisco also led the way in terms of transparency, but we all knew at that time that we had much more work to do. And so we agreed with Reverend Jackson and the Rainbow Push Coalition, rather, in that journey to improve, we would rather work as partners than as adversaries, and thus began our support of PUSHTECH2020. So we at HP are proud to support PUSHTECH2020. We've been sponsors at every single gathering, every single PUSHTECH summit since its inception. We've been proud to host a gathering a couple times at our headquarters campus in the Silicon Valley. And if we were under normal kind of pre-pandemic conditions, I'd like to think that we might be joining each other at our headquarters again, and hopefully we will in the future. Let me at the outset acknowledge the work and the leadership of Reverend Jackson and thank him and the Rainbow Push Coalition for all that they do to drive social change, and in particular their work in tech inclusion. Thanks also to Pastor Joseph Bryant and his team. And I must give a hearty thanks to Butch Wing, who you all know has retired after 36 years of dedicated service to Rainbow Push Coalition. Butch has very much been the architect and the lead builder in so much of the tech inclusion agenda over the last several years. And I've personally been very honored to work with Butch, with Pastor Bryant, and Reverend Jackson over these last several years, along with many of you who are joining us virtually here today. This year's theme of the summit, Vision, Voices, and Votes Matter. I'll say that again, Vision, Voices, and Votes Matter. This summit is designed to explore strategies for social change, as well as how to accelerate diversity inclusion, equity in the tech industry and in society at large. And I have the honor today of sharing with you a conversation with a true champion for social change, Laura W. Murphy. Laura Murphy, and I'll read a little bit of bio. You'll get to hear more about the bio in the context of our conversations. We walk through a bit of her journey, but a little bit of bio for preparation. Laura is the president of Laura Murphy and Associates. She's an influential national civil liberties and civil rights leader and a consummate policy strategist. She brings more than 35 years of experience in government and advocacy, including 17 years as the director of the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, legislative office, where she advanced legislation on free speech, criminal justice reform, reproductive rights, LGBT and civil rights, and internet privacy before Congress and the White House. She has testified more than a dozen times before Congress and been celebrated for building effective bipartisan coalitions. She serves as a senior advisor to multiple tech companies, including Airbnb, where she helps the home sharing company update its policies and leading its efforts against discrimination on its platform. And notably in 2016, Harvard University selected Laura as one of its Advanced Leadership Initiative Fellows, a year-long program for highly accomplished and experienced leaders who are interested in tackling new challenges in the social justice sector. So I'd like to welcome Laura. It's my great honor to spend some time with you today.
Brian, the pleasure is mine. It's so nice to meet you and to learn more about you every time I see you and your esteemed accomplishments in the tech sector especially. So it's my pleasure.
I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to the discussion today. And in the brief time that we have with you, I want to be sure that our summit participants get to benefit from some of your insights into tech inclusion in the current environment. But I want to do a bit of a walkthrough first of your history and your own journey. So we're gathering at a time when many of us were glued to the television screens watching the vice presidential debates here recently. There's so much talk about the historic importance of Kamala Harris and a Kamala Harris candidacy. But many of us know that we had a founder in this, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, who preceded Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton and running for national office. Talk about your roots with Shirley Chisholm campaign, your origin story. How did you get into this work, and how did you find your way to working with Shirley Chisholm?
So I come from a very politically active family in Baltimore, Maryland. There were 14 runs for public office in my immediate family. So at the age of 7, I started giving out campaign literature and going door to door with my brother. And so I grew up understanding the power of the vote and the power of having Black people committed to social justice in positions of power. And so my parents were my heroes. And so I had the privilege of meeting very powerful people as they came through my household. People like Stokely Carmichael, people like Clarence Mitchell and Perrin Mitchell. So I was a political activist. I took to the family business. My father was elected to a citywide judgeship, and he served as a judge for 30 years in Maryland, breaking records. And I met Reverend Jackson when my brother ran for mayor, and he came and campaigned for my brother. So I won't tell you how long ago exactly that was, but it was several decades ago. And so I've known Reverend Jackson for a very long time, have tremendous admiration for him, worked on his 1988 presidential campaign, have known Butch for over 3 decades, and I just want to join you in celebrating Butch. And also saluting Pastor Bryant for the incredible work they've done in Silicon Valley, especially. But back to Shirley Chisholm. So I started my career straight out of college working for my hometown Congressman, Perrin Mitchell. And I adored Perrin Mitchell. He was Mr. Minority Business. There were so many innovations that he brought forth But I discovered that he didn't believe in paying women the same as men for the same job. And even though I loved him and I hated to leave his office, Shirley Chisholm's staff said, we have an opening over here. And so I left Perrin Mitchell reluctantly and went to work for Congressman Shirley Chisholm. Now, this was after she'd already run for president. And she was an amazing leader, role model, innovator. She was a tremendous orator. She knew the members of Congress so well. She knew the names of their children, who was getting divorced, who was under financial pressure, who was vying for a committee chairmanship. And all this time, she was such an ace political strategist. She had very ladylike mannerisms. She wore hats and she wore gloves and her purses matched her shoes. And she and my mother inspired me that you can be very feminine and still be very powerful. And so I worked for her for 2 years, and then I was recruited the first time to become a lobbyist on civil rights and women's rights by the ACLU lobbying operation in Washington, D.C. So I will always love Shirley Chisholm and Perrin Mitchell because they gave me my first paying jobs in politics.
Some powerful foundations, but powerful lessons in the importance of relationships and bipartisanship.
Yes.
I recalled, I was going to ask you about your connection with Reverend Jackson. I recall seeing you interview Reverend Jackson in 2008 at the Democratic National Convention, but I suspected that the origins went back much farther, and you verified that. Now,
Yeah.
You talked about your transition into lobbying. I want to talk a little bit about that and some of the civil liberties work that you've done, particularly sort of post 9/11 and the work that you were doing around, at that time, the boundaries of the Patriot Act. Because in many ways, this current environment, this pandemic environment, feels like there's some parallels between the current environment and that post 9/11 environment. So we're very much a tech audience here at PUSHTECH2020. I wouldn't be surprised if there's individuals who are watching us today and watching our discussion who are themselves working on facial recognition technologies or contact tracing applications, cell phone data, movement tracking, and the like. So how do we, as you think back to that era, balance sort of the national health interest of the current pandemic environment against privacy and civil liberties? Are there really any lessons of 9/11 that apply here?
Absolutely, and it's a great parallel to point out. When the country is in a moment of great stress and when there's tremendous fear, we have to be careful about the power we give our elected officials because they often play upon our fears, either to take too much power or to blame other people for the things that are causing us fear. And in the case of the terrible attacks of September 11th, when the planes drove into the World Trade Center, the country was gripped with fear, afraid of another terrorism attack. And the Patriot Act was hatched in the middle of the night and sold to the American people as the end all be all to conquering terrorism, when really all it was a power play, giving the government authority to engage in warrantless surveillance of us, tracing our cell phone data, keeping more track of our whereabouts, listening in on conversations when people were under arrest, deporting people to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. It was really an all-out assault on civil liberties. So while we have a similar situation that is causing economic turmoil and panic among some people now, there, at least in 9/11, was a very clear and common threat. You know, there was a threat of terrorism, foreign terrorism. Now we have a combination of threats. We have COVID. We have the crisis in racial justice the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor incidents highlight the fact that there are indeed two justice systems in America. And African Americans in particular are sick and tired of being sick and tired about police abuse. But for many white Americans, they often see the police as, you know, a friend, reinforcement, part of their safety, and they don't have to train their sons, as I did, to behave extremely cautiously around law enforcement for fear that a police officer would be easily provoked and may engage in some sort of violent activity. So we have a confluence of threats. We have COVID. We have an inept president who doesn't know how to handle COVID. We have police abuse, and now we have a tremendous economic downturn that will probably rival or maybe exceed the Great Depression in terms of the damage that it's done. And so the American people are not united, and lawmakers are not united. So I think we still have a threat, though. We have a threat to our elections. We have COVID making some people fearful of voting in person. We have a president telling people that mail-in ballots are illegal, but absentee ballots are okay when they're essentially one and the same. So there's a lot of confusion. We have social media that we didn't have to this extent, and we have foreign actors trying to use social media to attack voting blocks. Most notably in 2016, social media was used to attack Black voters and to engage in a campaign of deterrence, getting Black people to stop voting. So we have our hands full as a society. And so there are similarities, but there are also big differences.
So I'm glad you called out this inept leadership in the current environment and some of the challenges that we're dealing with now. And as you think about this as an environment of social justice post Ahmaud, Breonna, and George Floyd, it feels like there's sort of this, is it just a moment or a movement? Is it truly a movement? Or I think about Dr. King in '63 saying the fierce urgency of now, this kind of proclivity to want to act now. But I know you are quoted as frequently talking about justice being a long game, right? How do we balance that? And of course, one of the themes here is our votes matter. And lest anyone in this audience think their vote doesn't matter, can you kind of speak to some of the importance of making our voices heard in this point in time?
Well, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a YouTube video that was produced by a Black woman that involves Black strippers. It's going around the internet.
I have seen that.
And they make some of the best cases for voting. Are you concerned about cash bail? Are you concerned about how the quality of your schools? Are you concerned about, you know, the cost of your water bill? These are all very bread and butter concerns that ought to get people to vote. I mean, voting, we should have a national holiday. We should be facilitating voting, but we have so politicized voting. Right. We've got Secretary of States that are closing polling booths and removing drop-off mail-in sites, you know, in Black neighborhoods. There is an assault on the franchise that is just so outrageous. And I really do think we have a moment. If we are going to make the most of this Ahmaud, Breonna, George Floyd moment, then we have to vote in record numbers. And some people will tell you their vote doesn't matter. It does matter. It is a show of force. It is one of your most powerful forms of expression. People will write all day on their Facebook and Twitter feed, and they won't vote. When voting has much more power behind it. It's not just words backed up by some digits out in the ether. It has power behind it. It changes lives. And so you look at, in some cases where prosecutors who've been prejudiced have been turned out of office because of the power of minority votes. You look at school boards that have reformed, police commissioners replaced, mayors who care about what happens in low-income neighborhoods. This is the power of voting. And not to mention, look how much havoc this president has wreaked on us. And I don't say this as a partisan. I've worked with so many presidents in my role at the ACLU. I've gone to so many White Houses. I've got Ronald Reagan's autograph. I've got, I go way back. And I'm just really worried about the incompetence in the White House. I would take George W. Bush any day over this president. I would take competence and literacy and respect for intelligence and defense chiefs over what we have here, somebody who seems to be making it up as he goes along. So the vote is essential.
Completely agree with you. I think we're in a position where we've seen a lot of, kind of in the wake of George and Ahmaud and Breonna and many others, this performative allyship or optical allyship, where every CEO has written a CEO message and every company's written a check, but the long-term sustaining impacts will make a difference in terms of votes, but also policy change, like the type of policy change you drove in your time at the ACLU. So can I ask what you're most proud of as you reflect back on your almost 2 decades at ACLU? And when I think about it, what I think is most impressive is just the breadth of issues in which you were able to deal and make impacts, from LGBT rights and reproductive rights and national security and criminal justice reform, on and on and on, freedom of speech and internet privacy. As you reflect on your time, what are you most proud of?
I am proud of the breadth of issues that I was honored to work on. I am proud that I helped President Obama write in a non-discrimination executive order so that federal contractors can't discriminate against LGBTQ workers. Now, Trump overturned a lot of that executive order, but that was a breakthrough. I'm proud of the fact that the sentencing disparity between crack and powder cocaine was reduced as a result of a coalition that I helped lead. So the Fair Sentencing Act was signed into law, getting over 25,000 people out of federal prison just for mere possession of crack cocaine, when we all know white Americans weren't prosecuted the same way under this war on drugs. I'm proud that women got funding to have abortions when they served in the military through the efforts that I helped lead. There probably wasn't a civil rights law during my tenure that became law that I wasn't privileged enough to work on and advance. And I helped rein in the Patriot Act, which we discussed. Got legislation, the first law to rein in the Patriot Act. I was a key proponent of. So I was fortunate that shaping legislative policy was something that I had a great team. I had a wonderful team of lobbyists. My lobbying operation was up to about 45 people at its height. We tried to get immigration reform through. We tried a lot of things. We tried to get a law to end discrimination in employment based on sexual orientation. We tried to get a lot of things done, but we shot for the moon, but we got a few stars.
You got many stars. You got a lot accomplished and a lot to be proud of.
Thank you.
I know that those relationships that you were able to build in that tenure inside DC and more broadly across government were instrumental in helping your pivot to lobbying. What drove that pivot, and did you consider ever running for public office yourself?
I never considered running for public office because there were only 2 successful runs for public office in my immediate family. And I didn't like losing. So I wanted to understand what made candidates win. And the other thing is that I didn't like the invasion of privacy that went along with being a public figure. As kids, we couldn't play, with with certain folks. We had to watch who we went out with, who we were associated with, because it was all a reflection on the family. So I feel for prominent people like Reverend Jackson. The family has to support that, and it's very hard on the family. But I decided to understand how laws were made, how to raise money, how to run a political operation. And so I crafted my own career. There was no playbook for my career, but I knew that more African Americans needed to understand politics and needed to be effective in politics. So I support political candidates, and I think it's important that more of us run for public office, but I'm really concerned about the infrastructure behind candidates and issues that make them successful.
So that's a good transition into kind of some of the issues that we're facing now and bringing it closer to issues relating to this audience, this tech audience. Many of the folks who are joining us on this presentation are tech employees that work for tech employers, big corporations. I suspect that a fair amount are entrepreneurs and small business owners in their own right. And so as we speak right now, the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate and the White House continue to go back and forth on this next round of COVID-19 related stimulus. We have that first CARES Act, and we're looking at what the successor to that is. And I know that as we look back at the first round, there's lots of reporting now that a disproportionate amount or a very small amount went to African American, Hispanic small business owners, right? And so I know you've got some history in this, and your work in 2008 around building support for women and minority business and federal bailout legislation. Parallels to today, are you concerned about what you're seeing in terms of entrepreneurship in communities of color?
Yes, I just think the system is much more corrupt, and there's a lot more cronyism going on, especially at the federal and local level, than I've ever seen, making it harder if you've historically not been in the powerful circles to get this kind of relief. So, they say when America gets a cold, African Americans get pneumonia. That's the same thing that's going on in the business community. But I do think the good news is that in the aftermath of George Floyd, corporations are upping their commitments to minority business. Facebook, in particular, has said that it's going to spend a great deal of money with minority businesses. And so what I would say to tech workers at this moment is, this is a moment of opportunity. If you're not applying for the promotion, if you're not applying for the loan now, don't wait. Get out there. Make these companies make good on their commitments to invest in the African American, Latinx, and other underrepresented minority communities. This is the moment there are those of us who are advocating on the outside, like Reverend Jackson. I'm advocating, but I say to the tech workers, whether they're business people or employment, go for the contract, go for the promotion, go for the raise, make sure you're active in your employee resource group, because this is the moment when people are paying attention. It may not be this way next year. There could be another story on the front page.
Right.
And the issue with rights is that we want our rights to go up, up, up. And it's really like a seesaw, So we're on a wave, especially with corporate America. And I'm saying, get your surfboards out, ride this wave, because this wave may not be here, next year this time.
Reminds me of a Rahm Emanuel, right? Never waste a good controversy. You have to take advantage of the urgency of the moment.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, some of us were beneficiaries of affirmative action in college. I'm a proud beneficiary of that. My class at Wellesley College, you know, 1/10 of the class was African Americans, and that was huge. And so there were 50 Black women and there never been that many Black women before. And so we took advantage of it. We took all the courses, we brought things back to our community. So we were part of a wave, and that wave was not there 20 years later. And so you, tech entrepreneur, worker, professional, you're part of a wave. Surf this wave now. Don't waste any time.
As you think about that wave, those up and downs, I talked at the outset about how we sort of got to now. The focus on lack of diversity in tech is not new by any means, but I kind of credit Reverend Jackson and that inflection point around 2012 as being the beginning of this current kind of wave of the movement, right? So as you think about between 2012 and now, and think about all those important domains you talked about, education, employment, executive leadership, do you feel like in those waves that we're making good progress? Not enough over the last 5-6 years? Should we be concerned, hopeful? What are your thoughts as you reflect back on our journey over the last several years?
We are not making enough progress. We should be concerned, but we should be hopeful and optimistic, because guess what? Nobody follows a nattering nabob of negativity, okay? If you want to lead, you have to lead with a vision. You have to lead with optimism. And that's what I love about Reverend Jackson. I don't just like and respect Reverend Jackson. I love him because he envisions us stronger, more powerful, more influential than oftentimes we envision ourselves. And so it is really, really important during these very difficult times when we're isolated, we have a chance to look internally. We have to put our shoulders back and tell ourselves, we are awesome. Look in the mirror and say, we're awesome. Our families descend from people who survived the Middle Passage, who survived centuries of enslavement, who survived almost a century of Jim Crow rigid segregation where we couldn't vote, we couldn't work, we couldn't attend schools, we couldn't even intermarry. And if we don't square our shoulders and say we are up to the moment, then shame on us. We are up to this moment. And have we achieved it? Have we achieved enough? Have we achieved anywhere near parity? Hell no. But we have to understand that we have been given a lot. We have, for the most part, the people listening to this have food on the table, have decent health, maybe are likely employed. And guess what? We've been given a lot compared to 99% of the human inhabitants of the world. Now let's take what we've been given and go out and make the most of it.
That was incredibly motivating. look yourself in the mirror and say, I am awesome. That's really great. I know we're all.
You are awesome. Brian, I look at your resume and I feel so empowered. Nobody knows the battles you fought just to stand still, much less progress through that huge corporation. So my hat is off to you. We all walk around looking calm and collected, and we're fighting, battles. People are trying to get our jobs. People are trying to take us down. People are trying to discredit us. But guess what? They haven't done it with my help, and they shouldn't do it to you or anybody else. And we've got to stay strong, and we've got to stay united.
No, I take that, and I'm very honored to hear you say that. Thank you very much. That's very kind personally. I think we're all very motivated by what you say. I think we all need that level of passion and a little bit of audacity to kind of press ahead in this journey. And I think it takes not accepting the status quo, but really kind of digging underneath the surface to really find what's at the core of some of these issues. And a lot of the work you're doing now in the Valley is just that. And you mentioned your work with Facebook, right? And so I would like you to talk a little bit about, not Facebook specifically, just broadly, and some of the issues that, for example, I commend Facebook and the work that you did around the audit that was recently highly publicized around that self-examination that led to some meaningful changes, including some rules against voter suppression and creating a team to study some algorithmic bias, which was great. But your audit also revealed that there's still a lot of work to be done, which I think is great. Reverend Jackson likes to say, sunlight's a powerful disinfectant, right? Transparency is the beginning. So as you think about the Valley, not just Facebook, but more broadly, when it comes to civil liberties, systemic unconscious biases, where should we be focusing in this time?
I do think, you know, we have to stay on the diversity and inclusion track. We have to get these numbers up, especially in middle and upper management, right? So that's been a constant, and that's nothing new. I also think with social media platforms, we do have to get into the content moderation debate. And, you know, just today, Facebook said it will no longer allow Holocaust deniers to be on their platform. That wasn't something that Facebook just thought of. They were under a tremendous amount of pressure from Jewish groups to get that to happen. And so whose speech is elevated? Whose speech is allowed to go viral? Whose speech is amplified by an algorithm? These are all very important discussions. So I think managing social media is important. I also think it is tremendously important to look at how algorithms serve or disserve our communities. For example, because of the war on drugs, African Americans are over incarcerated. And that war on drugs hasn't ended. It's softened a little bit, but not substantially. We are still serving disproportionately hard time compared to our white counterparts who engage in the same activities. And so that means more of us have criminal records. That means when you're doing a risk assessment for someone to rent an Airbnb, to apply for a job, to give a mortgage, that criminal history pops up. So because the system has been biased, we are going to be on the receiving end of that. And I want to be part of groundbreaking discussions that dig deeper, you know, into criminal history. So did it happen before you were age of 18? Was it a nonviolent, simple possession of marijuana that's now legal in many states? You know, so that we are not automatically kicked out and knocked off, right? But that is a function of who writes the algorithms. Just like with Facebook, you know, one of the first issues I worked on was litigation against Facebook that said, you know, your algorithms don't show Black renters the same apartments as white renters because you give certain tools to advertisers. And there were civil rights lawsuits about that in employment, in housing, in credit. And the settlement of those lawsuits led to massive reforms so that you will not be redlined out of seeing a job as before. Now, Facebook did not say it was guilty as a condition of its settlement, so I'm not ascribing anything to Facebook. Let me just say for the record, but those lawsuits, the settlement of those lawsuits affected millions of people and socioeconomic opportunity for millions of people. Imagine if you're a single mom and you want to get an apartment in a better school district and an algorithm keeps you from seeing that apartment, that could affect the trajectory of your child's life.
And that's super scary just in that, you know, we say that artificial intelligence, machine learning takes bias out of the system, but if bias is written into those algorithms, it can even further amplify, right?
Plus, a lot of these algorithms have purchased databases that themselves were poorly constructed, whether they're credit rating databases, whether they're college loan databases. A lot of these databases had flaws and errors in them. And so when you accumulate all of these and amass all of these databases, you're going to have a bigger percentage of error. So we tend to think of science as neutral and math as neutral. But applied differently has tremendous implications for our daily lives. What news feed comes across Facebook, what, like I said, what jobs, what housing opportunities you see, you know, whether or not you get liked or referred maybe on a platform like LinkedIn, you know, algorithms power these things. And will they lift our boats along with everyone else's, or will they not? So I think that's a very important debate. I also think the debate that's likely to come up is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which it kind of insulates a lot of the web hosting platforms from liability for what their users say. That is going to be a very important debate that's going to have civil rights consequences. So, I mean, Brian, you're asking the wrong person. I can give you an answer that will go on and on. So just stop me and ask me another question.
No, that's actually a good lead into the final question that I'm going to ask you, as sort of a call to action to our listeners, because you are in such a unique position, given your expertise and experience, to be an activist and an advocate and an advisor at the same time, right? You can be in those rooms and help drive in a way that we all appreciate you driving for us, but not every one of our participants is in that role. I love when we are able to get together in person for PushTech 2020, because it's just such a diverse audience in terms of levels. You see corporate vice presidents and senior executives, you see young tech startup leaders, you see corporate executives at all levels of their career. It's a very mixed group, and each of them has some different level of influence and impact in their companies or their startups. I was going to ask you as a final question about how you can, you know, Reverend Jackson says, keep hope alive. How can you stay optimistic? But you touched on that with You're Awesome. So let me ask you instead, what is that call to action then for all of our folks who are participating today? What can they do, and what should they be thinking about in driving this journey towards tech inclusion?
Well, I think it's very important that when the door has been opened for us, we keep the door open for someone to come behind us. I think one of the things that everybody can do is encourage somebody else. Now, I understand that some people are not happy in their jobs and may not have nice things to say about their companies, but you certainly still can, even if you're temporarily unhappy, help someone else, help a student in your field, help a job applicant, give them interview tips. So I think one of the most important things we can do is resolve that we will be here for other people when they need us. And that may just be listening to a coworker. I think it's also very important that the employee resource groups ask for a seat at the table when big decisions are being made at the company. You're not going to always get it, but you certainly won't get it if you don't ask. And so I think it's important for all of us to understand that we stand on somebody else's shoulder. No matter how brilliant we think we are, there's strength in numbers, and we need to take advantage of this George Floyd moment and push for systemic change. And as we're pushing for systemic change, we need to keep our hopes up. Reverend Jackson always says, keep hope alive. That has to be not just a political mantra, but a personal mantra too. We have to keep hope alive, especially in these dark moments where we're isolated and we don't know where the country's going. We don't know where the economy's going. we have to when we do that in a moment like this, that is a revolutionary.
Thank you for those words of inspiration. I can't think of any better way to end this conversation. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and the body of work that you have done and continue to do to help us all on this journey. Thank you very much. And for all the audience, wherever you are, let's give up the virtual applause for Laura. Thank you so much.
My applause to you as a great interviewer.
Thank you for your time. Thanks a lot, Laura.
You're welcome.
Having the internet has allowed me to explore my passions and create new ones. Over the last few months, I've been working on a children's book. It's all about a kid with big dreams who wants to succeed at all kinds of things. Sometimes he doubts himself. He wonders if he should be more realistic. But he works hard, he keeps dreaming big, and he goes on to achieve amazing things. It's meant to be a lesson for kids, but it's also a reminder for me to show the world what I can do.
Welcome to Reverend Jesse Jackson's 5th annual PUSHTECH2020 Summit. Today we have Tony Antonio Williams with Comcast. Tony is the Executive Director of External Affairs for Comcast. And welcome, Tony. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much, Shelley. It's a pleasure to be here again. It's a pleasure always, even virtually, to commune with yourself and to continue to see the impact that Reverend Jackson has even in this moment, this moment of this pandemic that we're dealing with, but also this moment of trial with everything going on in our country. You know, it's so important that we have leaders who are willing to step into those breaches and still call our country to represent the best of its morals.
Well, we greatly appreciate it. You guys have done an amazing job throughout the communities across the years and worked with Rainbow Push. So on behalf of Reverend Jackson, we greatly appreciate the work that you've done. I'll go ahead and get right into the questions, Tony. I know you, most of the folks here in DC know you, as of course at Rainbow Push. I understand you went to American University in communications. So ironically, you're with a communications company.
There you go.
You also have a wealth of knowledge and experience in the public policy sector as far as working on the Hill and I guess on K Street as well. So tell us a little bit about yourself and something that we didn't know that you enjoy.
So, you know, it's funny that you led with American. So I did go to American for graduate school. There was a time when I thought I was going to be a journalist and follow, if you would, in my father's footsteps. But where that came from is I always had a real curiosity to understand why things were the way they are and how can you change them. And I think that, you know, journalism is an important part of that in our country, of digging and understanding and uncovering not just the facts, but what's behind the facts and the stories that are behind the facts. That led me into the career that I've had in public policy, which is about how do we then address those inequities? How do we change the facts, if you will, on the ground to better help our communities and help the people that are around us? And so there's a natural bridge there, although that doesn't always, you know, people sometimes forget about it or don't see it, between how do we tell the stories and how do we understand the facts, and then how do we address the facts. And so what I've really spent my career, you know, doing is really trying to address sort of what we like to call the digital divide, but really is more than the digital divide right now. Is often we talk about it and we're really talking about access to broadband or access to technology, but it's so much more than that. It's really about digital equity. It's really about the ability for people who look like us, Black and brown Americans, to not just get online, but fully leverage this new tech economy and this new online economy that, you know, now drives the American economy.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Listen, what do you think as it relates to technology having an impact on our culture, from Black Lives Matter to the Hispanic movement to the women's movement? What do you think as a culture has technology, what impact has it had as a whole?
There's no denying the impact that technology or that media has on culture or on people, but particularly on African American people. You know, one of the amazing things is as I have, you know, grown up and as you know, been able to climb the ranks of corporate America and both in terms of corporate America, but also even in terms of the education world, right? As I went to college, as I went to better schools, I started to notice that there was a difference in the way that people consumed media, right? I noticed that, you know, when I was younger and I went to schools where everyone looked like me, when we came to school, we were all talking about what we watched on television the day before. And, you know, we learned, whether it was from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right, where we were learning, okay, like you have to aim to go to college, or whether it was, you know, in, TV shows where you're really pulling and you're learning and you're understanding what it, you know, you're watching a different world and you're understanding what that looks like, right? How do you behave? That was, or even the Cosby Show, right? But that was a different when as I started to get older and I started to realize that, you know, people started to they were watching dramas, right? They were watching things like The West Wing, right? Or they were reading books, or they were consuming media in a different way. And also the way that they consumed media, that they had just a broader array of media that was reinforcing and telling them that anything that they wanted to be was possible. Mm-hmm. And what I realized is that there was such few, that the representation in media was just so few. And when you take that over to the tech world, it's even more true. Deutsche Bank recently came out with a study, and it talked about this digital racial gap, and it talked about how 76% of Blacks and Hispanics could be shut out of U.S. jobs, of almost 90% of U.S. jobs by 2045. I think I got that date right, simply because they lack the tech skills, they lack the entrepreneurship skills, they lack the skills to operate in this new digital economy. And so the reason I sort of connect those two is I think that the stories that we get told are so important to the people that we become. And what you're starting to see is you're starting to see the result of that, right? So you have the young white man who is told, he can go in, every idea that he has is worthy of being funded, is worthy of being lifted up, is worthy of being taken to the next level. He has the confidence to go in and pitch those investors. He also has the resources around him and the people who have also been told that his ideas are worth investing in. And then you have on the other side, you have the kid from Brooklyn, New York, from, back of the yards in Chicago, right? Who've grown up and they have been told that they don't have this fluency in this tech world. They've been told that their ideas should be questioned. And so they lack that confidence when going into those investors, but also those investors have been told that their ideas are not worth funding. And we need to change that script. And we need to, and so that's about how do we talk about it, but it's also about, again, how do we understand what's going on there and change those facts on the ground.
So now that quote, America is woke, and they're realizing that these inequities and the inequalities across the board, what is Comcast doing to address some of those issues? And you can dive deep, or you can just touch the surface. But I've read a lot about what Comcast is doing, and I think you guys are doing some pretty good things. What are some of the things that you'd like to highlight?
Companies across America right now are stepping up to address some of the systematic inequalities. And at Comcast, we are mobilizing the company to create a more equitable, just, and inclusive society. So what we've done is, and I think folks may have heard about this, right? Our company made a $100 million commitment to advance social justice and to help address systematic racism and inequality. And what we did is we did it across 5 key focus areas. Number 1 was social justice. Number 2 was our own employees. And then there was media awareness and education, digital equity, which we talked a little bit about, and I hope we'll go back to. And then, of course, small business opportunities. And so we recently launched the RISE program through our Comcast Business and our Effective TV arms. And what this really looks to do is to help Black-owned businesses to make that transition to the online economy, to get the support necessary to do that. So both to advertise in this new space and draw in the business that's now sitting at home and thinking about where to go and trying to order in, if you would. Or alternatively, right, also, how do you change your operations and so that your operations are effective online, right? So that you have a website that people can go to, can easily do a transaction, so that you can plug into some of the biggest marketplaces. Because what we've seen again is, we've seen two Americas during COVID, right? We've seen one America that, the tech-enabled America, if you would, right, whose market cap has increased by over $2 trillion during COVID. And then we've seen the other America that has fallen behind, whose doors have closed. And we need to close the gap between those two, right? We need to close the gap between the Googles and the Amazons and the Facebooks that are, who are just watching, the stock market go, rally to record heights, and the rest of America, who is really wondering where is their role. And and this is only more important because when you look at those companies, less than 5% of their employees are Black or brown. So those employees doing well does not mean that Black America does well. And so as a company that's headquartered in Philadelphia, in a traditional African-American majority city, Comcast has always looked at it differently and looked at it as, our success is built on our community success. And in fact, we are our community. So when, I take great pride at working for a company that when I walk around, I see people who look like me, who sound like me, who have my life experiences, but that's not every company in this environment.
That's very true. Did you want to touch on the Internet Essentials program, or was that part of kind of inclusive in what you were?
So that's actually, I'm glad you raised that. So, I talked about the work that and the dedication of my career to digital equity and closing the digital divide. And one of the things that I'm just proudest of is the work that I was able to do in helping to design and build the Comcast Internet Essentials program. For those of you who are unfamiliar with it, this is Comcast's signature program to close the digital divide, but it's also the largest broadband adoption program in America. We've connected to date over 8 million low-income households to the broadband or to the internet for the very first time. And that's really incredible. In addition to that, we've also touched over almost 10 million American households with digital literacy courses, with free laptops, and with just the support necessary to fully become online citizens. And so what the Internet Essentials program does and what it looks like, and it's just always helpful for me to take a step back and remind folks in case anyone's watching who wants to take advantage of it. And one of the things that it really does that's just remarkable is it addresses the three main barriers to broadband adoption. So if you think about it, it's the cost of a device. How many of us, have one computer or no computers in the home, right? And especially in this time, you're trying to share, do online learning and other things. So you can get a computer for under $150, even though we're not a computer company. We've subsidized that cost and really have worked with folks to make computers affordable. On top of that, we do digital literacy training. So we partner with folks around the country to do digital literacy trainings and to help folks gain those digital skills. Partnerships with folks like the Boys and Girls Club, Build, Rainbow Push, and others. And then, of course, then we take the service and we actually have lowered the cost of broadband service. So if you are a low-income household, you can apply to be part of the Internet Essentials program and get 25 free internet speeds for $9.95. So this is it's really a program that's been out there that's been meant to close that divide and close that gap. It's had tremendous success, and in fact, during COVID, we expanded it even further. So during COVID, what we did is we actually gave anyone who was a new customer to Internet Essentials, you got 2 months free, 6 days free automatically. So what it meant for many people, and remember when this started, we didn't know how long this was going to last. When this started, it meant that, you could get online for absolutely no cost at all for at least the first 2 months, which was just so critical.
Sounds good.
In fact, since then, let me, one more last thing, Shelley.
Sure.
Then since then, we've also, we know that we can't do this without sort of a collaboration of partners. So since then, we've done two really innovative things that I don't know that we've talked enough about. One is the Internet Essentials Partnership Program. And this is a partnership between Comcast, school districts, and philanthropic organizations, and to essentially reduce the cost of the internet to zero. And so this is a partnership that has taken place in across the country, but we've done this in more than 70 different cities, places like Chicago, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, Portland. We've connected over 200,000 students already through this. And what this program does is with the school districts, we're able to identify those homes of students that do not have broadband. We are able, with our partnerships with philanthropic organizations and with cities, to lower the cost. And so that's a partner and someone else is picking up that cost so that these low-income households are able to access the internet for free. And that is just absolutely incredible. So if you're in any of these cities that have an Internet Essentials Partnership program and you're a student for Philadelphia Public Schools or for Chicago Public Schools, you can access this program, access broadband at home at no cost to you or your family.
It's an amazing program, and I think that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our Faith Tech program that we have with Rainbow Push. And I'm wondering, is there any kind of collaboration that we could potentially do to look at how can we partner with you guys on that initiative? I know that we're doing other things, but I'd like to just get your quick response to that. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about COVID-19's response that Comcast is doing.
Would love to talk, with you and Pastor Bryant and Reverend Jackson more about how we can engage in Faith Tech 2020. We were Comcast was one of the initial investors when you guys opened up your community digital learning hub here in Washington, D.C. Mm-hmm. And, we stepped up to the plate and we're a funder and a supporter of that, both with our employees' tech skills, but also again with our financial support. So would love to talk and engage a little bit more about how we couldn't lean into that space. And it actually ties nicely to one of the other things that we've been doing. In addition to the Internet Essentials Partnership Program, we've also created these things that we call Lift Zones. And Lift Zones is a multi-year commitment. And over the course of 3 years, we hope to have 1,000 of them around the country. But we're starting in a few cities to begin with, in Baltimore, Chicago, Trenton, the Twin Cities, of course, Philadelphia, but 12 cities overall. And what these are is we're creating community centers where folks can get, where folks can go to, can be connected and can get digital resources. So, these Lift centers are just a fantastic way, or Lift zones, and a fantastic way to raise up. So in Chicago, the first two is one over in the Austin neighborhood with Build, which is just a fantastic nonprofit that we've been working with over there. And then we are also working with the Back of the Yards Neighborhood Commission or Council to do one over in there. But there will be more, and would love to talk with you guys more about that.
Sounds good. Thank you. And lastly, what is Comcast's response to COVID-19, and what are some of the things that you're doing now?
Absolutely. So we talked a little bit about how we've expanded the Internet Essentials program, right? 60 days free, faster speeds. We also, though, opened up 1.5 million hotspots around the country for people to connect wirelessly to broadband free if they need to. In Philadelphia, our hometown, we've given over $18 million to help the city respond to COVID, and part of that was supporting the school district in their partnership program and in making broadband accessible for all Philadelphia public school students. We've worked with organizations that we've had longtime relationships, folks like Rainbow Push, but also like the Boys and Girls Club, to help as they've adjusted their work to this time of COVID. So, whether that's changing from, doing an in-person digital literacy class to doing online and helping people participate in online education, whether that's helping to, make sure families have access to food and resources when they're home, or whether that's making sure that organizations can provide childcare for essential workers who have to continue to go in and don't have the privilege of working from home during this pandemic. We've tried to step up and be very active there. Talked a little bit too about our RISE program, helping Black-owned businesses make this transition. So what we've really stepped in, I think, quite heavily in this COVID time to try to enable our community partners and our community to respond and to react to this unprecedented pandemic.
Well, Tony, I think that wraps up our interview. We greatly appreciate you on behalf of Reverend Jackson and the 5th Annual Rainbow Push Tech Summit 2020. We appreciate you. We appreciate Comcast, and thanks so much. Greatly appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Shelley. It's really been a pleasure to speak with you, and I hope to actually see you in person again when this is all over.
Let's make it happen. Take care, buddy.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and I am proud to represent California's beautiful 13th Congressional District, which includes Oakland and Berkeley, California, and I say it's always the wokest district in the nation. 2020 has been a year that has highlighted the importance of voting. This year, we have seen the effects of gutting the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and blatant attempts at the state and federal level to keep people from casting their vote. We have seen voter suppression and intimidation across the country and the misrepresentation of mail-in ballots. In 2020, we have also seen the response to the COVID-19 pandemic mishandled, costing the lives of over 215,000 people, a disproportionate number of those being Black and brown. This year will be one of the most significant elections of our lifetimes. I want to thank a great warrior, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who has paved the way for voter registration and voter empowerment for so many years in leading us to recognize that our vote and our voice counts. I'm here today to voice how important your vote is. Our voices will elect not only the president, but also attorneys general, governors, and local representatives. These voices will consequently determine who sits on our court system and how and if our country will return from this pandemic stronger than before. We cannot afford another year, month, or moment of disenfranchisement and decline. In this moment, our vote will determine how and if our country continues to value democracy. It will determine whether our country listens to science and truth, or whether we will continue to respond to threats to our public health with denial and wishful thinking. It will determine if our lives and our rights are protected and valued or not. Your vote is your voice. And yes, we must use everything in our power to hold our elected officials accountable. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Kunst, and I'm so excited to be here today to talk about where we are at in tech at the end of 2020, what has changed and what has not. I run Clio Capital, a pre-seed venture capital fund based in Silicon Valley, but we invest everywhere in America. And I am super excited to be here with my brilliant fellow panelists, and they are going to introduce themselves, starting with Julia.
Hi, I'm Julia Collins, founder and CEO of Planet Forward. We're on a mission to help tackle climate change by making it easier to bring climate-friendly products to market. I'm so happy to be here today with 3 of my really good friends and co-conspirators in the movement toward justice and equality in technology.
Hi, my name is Denmark West. I'm a founding partner of Connectivity Venture Partners, and we focus on innovations that transform the way we live and work with a view of the future that is more female, colorful, conscious, and connected.
Hi, my name is Avia Nguyen. I am the co-founder and managing partner of 2065, a fund which I founded to help democratize access to capital, and it's focused on investing in underrepresented founders.
Amazing. So, guys, we're in 2020, AKA hell. And I say that in the full biblical sense of the word, right, for all of our reverends listening in. So, you know, we're in the middle of a double pandemic, right? We have COVID, we have racism, we have a historic election. But it seems like sometime halfway through the summer, you know, tech woke up and said, okay, great, like, we're woke now, don't worry about it, everything's fixed, we tweeted. So, you know, what's it been like? What was it like before? And what has it been like now? And how many billions of dollars have you personally been handed now that tech is woke?
my
I don't know about billions of dollars, but there's a mad dash to find diverse talent. There's a mad dash to put more Black faces on panels. But in terms of dollars, I think we're still working on that.
I would tend to agree. I think I saw a rush of interest and activity in connecting with founders and highlighting founders in different sort of conferences and panels. I'm still waiting to see that interest convert into dollars actually invested. Still waiting, Sarah.
Denmark, what about you? How much money have you gotten?
So I think that some of it's still in the queue. And that's probably the way that I would frame the response thus far. There have been announcements that money is coming. There's been the suggestion of either new institutions or new organizations that would allocate. And I think a significant amount of that money is just still to be allocated. But my guess is that we'll know more by the end of the year.
So the reparation checks are in the mail. Got it. So, let's talk a little bit about intersectionality. Just what does intersectionality mean, right, for people who that might be a new term, and what is the presence of or lack of intersectionality inside funds and startups? What does that mean, particularly for my fellow panelists who identify as women?
So I think that intersectionality means that we are not just, in terms of diversity, bringing in women or Black men or LGBTQ. We're encompassing all of these diverse differences in texture and tapestry. And I think that more often than not, when a fund is saying that they're diverse, that means that they have maybe 2 to 3 white women on their team or Asian women, but Black women are typically left out of that discussion. And unfortunately, we see that a lot with, funds that are focused on diversity founded by Black men. They certainly fail to include their Black female counterparts.
Yeah. And Julia, do you think women are getting their fair share, particularly Black and Hispanic women, in our industry?
Absolutely not. To put it really bluntly, I think, the notion of intersectionality is something that is relatively new for many people in the venture ecosystem. We're all human beings and we're all evolving. And I think it's interesting to see the industry sort of take its baby steps when it comes to issues of social justice, even when it's light years ahead in terms of technology. And so we started with this framework of sort of diversity, which for many people meant diversity with a gender lens. And then people realized, oh, there's actually a different lived experience for people who find themselves at the intersection of multiple underrepresented identities. So what does it mean to be someone who identifies as Black and identifies as non-binary or female? And so we're watching the industry sort of moving its way along to a more comprehensive understanding of what it means to be a unique individual like we all are. But it will take conversations like the one that we're having today to continue to push the conversation forward.
Yeah. So let's dig in on that for a couple of minutes. How do we change that? And I'll ask, how do we get more intersectionality, right? And to our points, it's not even just it's even within our own communities, right? It's common to be in a group of women where you might be the only Black woman, or in a group of Black technologists where you might be the only Black woman and everyone else is a man, right? So Denmark, we'll start with you, but I'm really interested in how everyone thinks we can change that, even within communities that might represent kind of one part of our
identity. I think that Julia characterized it in probably the most polite and succinct way. My view was probably a little less polite. I feel like as an industry, and I'll talk about the two industries we're focused on, tech and sort of venture. It was actually controversial to have a gender lens like 5 years ago, right? And to get anything beyond gender lens was actually a struggle up until I'd say a couple of years ago. And if you sort of think about where we've been along this sort of trajectory, I think that we're in the very early innings of sort of the understanding. I think intersectionality is like a grad school concept for people who haven't even made it to college. And I think that it's education, and we're definitely walking along the path. But I think that it's going to require more conversation and education around the concept, first and foremost. Secondly, I think that the way that I sort of think about the process of incorporating, at least among our community, is also just engaged discussion, right? Like I'll use the brothers from Harlem Capital as an example, right? They came out with a fund. There were a number of people who said, "Hey, this is awesome. Love that you're doing a diversity fund. We'd love it even more if you had at least some other representation than Black male." And they've actively worked towards adding representation other than Black male. The next two faces in their team photos were not Black males, right? And so I think that it really comes down to conversation, because I don't think that anybody who's about this work is actually intentionally trying to exclude anyone. And sometimes it's just about the people that you hang with. And I think that part of it is conversations like this, where if you can actually engage and have the conversation, that people are actually going to orient properly. The bigger question, though, is at an institutional level, and that's a longer conversation.
I agree with what Denmark said in terms of being educated. I think that makes you cognizant of the issue, but I think the real problem lies in the lack of intentionality behind that education or that awareness. You can be, woke all day, you can be aware of what's going on, but unless you are like actively trying to rectify the issue or the problem, then nothing's going to change.
I would tend to agree, and I think what I'm noticing is that folks are in quite a hurry to get to the point of being totally woke or totally up to speed. And the reality is this type of work, anti-racism work, dismantling structural racism and white supremacy, it takes time. It isn't something that can be solved with one blog post or one conference or one panel. It's work that needs to be committed to over an extended period of time with real milestones and real accountability, just like any other strategic initiative that a fund would set out or a company would set out to achieve.
And a lot of that just comes from laziness. Unfortunately, we think that we can take a box and walk away, and that's just not how it works.
You're saying that one black square I posted a few months ago didn't fix it. A little disappointed to hear that. So how does let's move to funders, right? To funders. How does the lack of Black investors who write checks at large institutional funds, right? And there just aren't very many. I think there's maybe like 50. I think 1% of all VCs are Black, and the majority of those, it's my understanding, are in kind of smaller funds like mine, or Abaya like yours, versus at these large institutional multi-billion-dollar funds. How does the lack of Black investors who can write checks at large institutional funds impact the Black founders who are looking to raise capital? Is there a correlation between diverse fund managers and diverse portfolios? And maybe I'll kick that to Denmark, since you do a lot of work in this space.
Yeah, and so there's definitely been a lot of work to try to analyze that very question, and the early returns come back and say yes. The oversimplified response is there's a high correlation to represent your own identity. So women-based funds, or I should say, women partners surface more women founders. Black partners surface more Black founders. And it's not shocking to say, and it's not shocking to see, but that's kind of what the data's come back to explain. And, I don't think that, I gotta be careful here. So I don't think that everyone is actively racist. I do think that there are some people who have made their positions clear, but I don't think that that is something that I'd attribute to everyone in the industry. And because of that, I think that some of this is really around comfort and the sort of proximity issue. And if you don't have a basis of understanding, either, you know, I have Black friends, or I have Black coworkers, or I have, you know, Black women in particular as colleagues, or in my social group, or in my family, then there are some, I guess, cultural nuance that people need to get comfortable with. And sometimes they do, and a lot of times they don't. And so unfortunately, I think clearing that hurdle of comfort is the issue. And usually that's because I went to the same school, I've worked with somebody, I lived in the same neighborhood. There's a few of those issues. And if you don't do that, maybe you can get a little bit closer if you come in through their friend circle, like if somebody refers you. But beyond that, the challenge is that in most cases, we're not going to be, Black people in general, and especially Black women, are not going to be in that circle, and it just makes it more difficult to access.
Just to clarify, the school Denmark went to was Harvard. Hey, it helps. It helps twice. You know, and I'd be interested, Julia in particular, when you go out to raise capital, right, do you feel like that the Black investors that you do know who are bigger funds, I've heard that there's a phenomenon where a lot of times there will be Black investors, but they can't necessarily write checks, right? So they're there and they're doing awesome work, maybe on the platform side or whatever it is, or they're more junior. Have you seen that in action, or what has your experience been?
You know, from my perspective as a founder, it's often difficult to understand all of the many layers of nuance and politics that are operating behind the scenes at a fund. What I have become really good at is just sort of observing the pattern of facts that's in front of me and making decisions based on that pattern of facts. And so I can't solve for what's happening behind the scenes, but I certainly lean into funds that are explicit and clear about their desire to support women, to support Black founders. It's a really high signal to me when someone actually is explicit about that. Maybe not in the initial pitch, but in the follow-up. And when they disclose that, hey, listen, this is part of our mission. To me, that's a good sign that they're going to be a great board member, that they're going to work really hard for me during my next round. And when I don't see that present, I can't assume that it's not happening on the other side. But if I can't see it, then I can't make any actions or choices based on it.
Yeah.
To Julia's point, even being a smaller, less recognizable fund, I've noticed that I've been able to get access to deals because a lot of founders are being more intentional about wanting their cap tables to look like the society that we live in.
Yeah.
That's right. I'll say one more thing. I know a lot of founders, sorry to cut in, that are actually holding allocations for diverse funds, that are saying, like, I've got a hot deal and I'm going to reserve this allocation, or I'm going to oversubscribe just to have an Avia or a Denmark or a Sarah at the table. And I'm sure you're finding the same.
Or Julia with your angel investing. So I would also love to kind of dig into, it seems like some people at funds are sort of, they have good intentions, they have a lot of money, but their approach maybe is something that might make us cringe a little bit, or a lot. So, how do we kind of model for people and teach people, like, this isn't a charity, we're great people to make money, right? Like, we'll make you a lot of money. So what have you seen, and this is kind of anybody's answer, but what have you guys seen, or everybody actually, I'd love to hear from, that works, that doesn't work? How do people take their good intentions and make sure it's actually achieving the desired results?
Well, I think that there is an unconscious bias that we have to actively dismantle. I think that also, by calling these funds opportunity funds, it's signaling that you, the investor, are giving us an opportunity. And in actuality, it's completely the other way around. So just changing the framing and the verbiage, I think, would go a long way.
Yeah. Denmark?
So I think one of the challenges is that in some cases, people do have really good intentions, but their perspective, a different version of what Abia is saying, tends to be focused more on a philanthropic mindset as opposed to a venture capital returns-oriented mindset. And so as a result, they either have a tendency to push people into sort of positioning themselves as impact and sort of, trying to make this a do-good type of phenomenon, or they just set up a whole different set of criteria for people of color and or women in order to assess whether they're going to fund. And I think that the primary challenge is that there are a number of great entrepreneurs who actually just need to have a fair shot, and you actually don't need to treat them as something different or something special. You just need to give them a shot, and they don't all need to be saving the world or doing some activity that's either impact oriented or feels philanthropic. They can actually be doing something that just is a great business, and that should be fine also. But I think one of the challenges is that it seems, at least I've seen in more than a few instances, that the mindset that's applied, good intentions, good people, but the mindset that's applied to their process of screening or even applying the capital just seems a little bit off.
I couldn't agree more with what Denmark's saying. As a VC going out to fundraise, I cannot tell you how many times at the end of the pitch or the conversation I'm asked, so this is an impact fund. No, it's absolutely not an impact fund. Will my fund have impact? Absolutely. But this is a traditional venture fund that is aimed at, the fiduciary duty I have for my LPs and making the greatest return on investment.
Yeah, I think sort of hearkening back to what Denmark talked about a little bit earlier, I'm excited to see more capital going to Black founders, period. But if those initiatives aren't also accompanied by some kind of real internal work, then it's very likely that they're not going to have the intended impact that they should. And what I mean is, you can't just assume you're going to develop some kind of cultural fluency in the boardroom when you're making investing decisions that you haven't already cultivated in your living room. So it's great to set aside $100 million for Black founders, but if the folks who are deploying that capital aren't also doing their own internal bias training and their own internal work to address their own sort of internal racism or patterns of inequality, then you're going to have this really big disconnect. So the things have to go hand in hand, I think.
Yeah, I think that's great. And for when people do have a separate carve out, one concern that I've seen is that a $1 billion fund has a $100 million carve out, great, right? And then that money's done, and then an amazing founder comes to them who happens to be Black or happens to be a woman, and they say, "Oh no, so our allocation for your type of people is gone," right? So, do investors, how do funds think about this so that they have this allocation, right, to kind of true up their historical underfunding of these groups without thinking of it as the only bucket of capital? Because then you kind of end up in this not so nice separate but equal water fountain type situation where if your 100 million for only for Black people or only for women, then you're kind of saying the rest of your 900 million out of your $1 billion fund is only for white dudes, which yes, historically has been how the allocation split, but that's not a good thing, right? So how do funds who are trying hard to do the right thing, who are allocating real meaningful dollars to this, not get stuck in thinking, well, my allocation is the only money that's going to go towards X group?
So I have a couple ideas on that. I think that one of the things that I've seen that shows a little bit of promise, just in terms of accelerating the rate at which they're acquiring cultural fluency, is to just expand their programs that incorporate intelligent and accomplished investors into their process of sourcing and screening. So like the work that you do with, I think is it Lightspeed? that you were working with, or was it Sequoia?
Oh, I was a scout with Sequoia, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. And so, you know, Sequoia is probably the preeminent venture firm, at least in America. And for them to say, hey, you know, we're going to go out and get a great scout who also knows areas that, you know, we're probably not as good at, I think is super smart. And, you know, it becomes a pathway to say, how do I extend or how do I scale your unique capabilities to help influence our access and decision-making, right? As opposed to us just all of a sudden getting smart. How do we leverage other people's cultural fluency and intelligence? I think scout programs are one good way to do that. And there's levels to it. You know, you have scout programs, venture partner relationships, et cetera. But I think that incorporation of people who have proven themselves into their workflow is actually one very easy way to get up and running in a relatively simple but rapidly expandable way.
I think that, you know, as Sarah described it, a separate but equal setup is honestly designed to fail. It's set up for failure. So if you are allocating $100 million to investing in diverse founders and, you know, something happens and the deals you bet on are not great ones and the fund is not returned and you don't see a significant ROI, then you sit back and you say, well, I tried it. It didn't work. We're not going to do that again. And I just think that is an excuse that some people are going to use for these funds that have been carved out.
I agree. So let's change topics a tiny bit.
Could I just jump in on that one? Yeah.
Of course.
So I think that you know, just because Avi is super sharp and brilliant, so I definitely agree with part of that statement, right? I think that there are some people who do that, but I do want to make sure that I call out scenarios where that has not been the case. So, for example, Google had a program where they were investing in women and people of color as funders, as venture capital firms, emerging managers of sorts. And then when Lowe joined and said that he wanted to make that his thing, and they spun that out and that became Plexo, they didn't stop by just saying, okay, we're going to invest in Lowe now. They've actually started another program to do essentially what they had done at the beginning, right? And so, you know, now you've birthed a fund of funds, which they still support. And they've gone back and said, okay, now we're still going to do something that's Google-based. And so I'm not saying that's rule. I'm definitely saying that's exception, but I'm saying it exists, and there are others who are also in that vein. And I think that that's at least modeling the behavior that would be extremely helpful for others to take on as well.
100% agree. Agreed. So to switch tactics a little bit, you know, would love to talk about the founders piece of it. So, you know, Julia, I think we've all been founders on this panel and certainly of our own funds and organizations, but Julia, you know, you are how do you phrase it? You're the Black woman in America who's raised the most venture capital dollars of any Black woman in America. So you are amazing. Well, you're amazing for lots of other reasons, but that is a superlative about you. And so you're really in the weeds. You've been an entrepreneur for a very long time and have seen some amazing success at it. Now on your second company, you know, what can funds do to encourage their portfolio founders to hire Black people?
Yeah. So first, I just have to say that is the superlative that's often associated with me, but it's a dubious distinction. But the actual thing that I need to deliver to the ecosystem is to continue to build really, really big businesses that have great returns and a positive impact in the world. But you know, what I'll say is founders need different things depending on where you are in your journey. You know, I'll say at the very early stages, when I moved back to Silicon Valley in 2015, you know, I had been in New York. I was super confident, a little bit cocky. And I came back and I had massive imposter syndrome. I just did not get it. I didn't understand the nomenclature, the nuance, the signaling. Didn't understand how people were dressing, what all these terms were. And what I didn't have at that point, and I had to get really quickly, were just like these non-evaluative relationships where people could tell me what was up. And I don't know why it's the case, but you know, during the normal fundraising process, very few investors are inclined to give feedback. I don't necessarily agree that that's the way that it should be, but it's the way that it is. So what I'd say to this audience, you know, if you're in a position to be investing or supporting founders, seek out opportunities to engage Black founders outside of the fundraising process. Not just within the funnel, not just within your own portfolio, but go and find the Black Women Talk Techs, the Afro Techs, the Founders Gyms. Proactively make yourself a part of those conversations so that you can give the kind of tactical feedback and strategic thought partnership, Sarah, that you, for example, give me, you know, on a regular basis.
Yeah, Julia, I think that mentorship and network is where a lot of Black founders, especially Black female founders, fall short.
Yeah. There's just so much that you don't know until you do. And often you don't know who to ask. And if you don't have a network that over-indexes on other founders or investors, then it's just a long path to get there. What I'll say about Black women is we learn fast. And I think for anybody who lives at the intersection of multiple underrepresented identities, the way that you survive and thrive is you're constantly scanning and you're constantly adjusting and learning. So any incremental investment that you can make in an underrepresented founder is going to have huge returns because it's in our nature to take feedback and improve.
Yeah, and Denmark, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts with a lot of what you've done with Culture Shifting Weekend. You know, for me, one thing I say a lot to founders, particularly, you know, female founders and founders of color is, you know, diversity drives returns. And if everybody in the room looks like you, you know, you're in the wrong room. But
Right.
Not as true as everybody looking like me as it is everybody looking like, I can't even think of a white dude right now, Brad Pitt, right? So if you're in a room and everybody looks like you, you're probably in the wrong room because it is the diversity of opinions. And Julia and I have this conversation a lot, you know, when we talk about fundraising or other things where I'll say, you know, I think this founder we're talking about, maybe they need to go get a little bit of white guy energy and say, hey, actually, my metrics are amazing. I'm going to go raise more money, or I'm going to go talk to this fund instead of this, or I'm going to, you know, and so I think that there's so much power in gathering together with people like you who really understand, you know, just the absolute insanity of the identities we all occupy. But I also think there's something amazing to learn from the people who are just telling each other to go run through walls like it's nothing, and it works, right? And you and I, Denmark, have had a lot of conversations about this, and you do a lot of this at Culture Shifting. So I would just love your insight, you know, for founders. How do they balance that? What should they be seeking out?
Yeah, so there's a few points there that I think I need to tease out. So the first is that the the energy point that you made. I think that's actually an issue for both founders and funders. I think that it's incredibly important to not only have the confidence associated with your capabilities and your accomplishments, but also the understanding and the knowledge of not just what you're doing, but what's going on in the landscape, so that you can actually be conversant and fluent in why you are great. And I think that this is definitely an atmosphere and an environment where you know, humility is definitely punished. And that's a statement about where we are, but unfortunately it's also a statement of fact. So the first point is really around not just having confidence, but actually having competence at an extreme level, and being comfortable expressing both, right? I think that the second piece is really around community. I think that there's a significant amount of value that's generated by creating these communities of support. And I'm not saying like group therapy, even though that's what it eventually becomes, but I'm saying just to have people that you can talk to about opportunities, challenges, general craziness. You know, the conversations we have a tendency to hop across all of those buckets. But the issue is that sometimes you're going to get the benefit of peer-based mentoring that's hard to get from outside of your peer group. And establishing that sort of community of support is not only something that I think is helpful, but I find that it's actually critical as you continue to sort of grow and scale. And then I'd say that the last piece, and I'll refer to culture shifting on this piece. You know, the last piece is actually having a pay it forward mindset, right? So how do you make sure that you're not sort of getting through an open door and locking it behind you, but you know you're getting through an open door and you're taking the door off the hinges and inviting your friends in, right? And you know, the importance of, you know, not only being breakthroughs in our own lives, in our own environments, in our own respect, but actually, you know, sort of leaders of our community. You know, I sort of think about like the Harriet Tubmans of the world, where, hey, great that you freed yourself, but you know, can you go and free others, right? And it's such a powerful imagery because, you know, I always talk about the sort of race for independence. Like, you know, we're all sort of looking at success as an opportunity to have a level of independence where, you know, you can sort of direct not just your life, but influence society. And so, like, last point here is just that I feel like we're in a situation where if we can actually support one another, that we can actually take on a lot of the challenges that we're relying on other people to help us with now. But it just requires us all to sort of, you know, not only win, but to sort of pull others along with us.
Yeah, I think to Denmark's last 2 points, I think sometimes as women, as Black people, as Black women, we operate from a mindset of scarcity instead of abundance. And I think that if we shift that perspective and we say, hey, you know, I've got a seat at the table, you know, I'm going to pull up another chair. I'm going to have someone sit under the table, on top of the table. I'm going to make room. There will be room. And also, Denmark, your teeth are insanely white and straight. It's just so distracting.
I was literally wondering if I should get like Invisalign as I watch him. It's too much. We need your secret.
So I'm going to thank my parents because they made me wear braces when I was a teen, which I didn't like then.
Well, you are thanking them now. I'm glad someone said it. So, you know, I would love to think about, you know, besides writing checks, right? A lot of times for Black funders, we're at smaller funds and we want to help founders, or, you know, you're an operator or a founder and you don't have the ability to just write a check, right? We know that writing checks is kind of the most powerful thing you can do, but, you know, the golden rule is, you know, you have to have the gold to make the rule. So if you can't just, you know, write $1 million checks to every amazing Black founder you see, what are other ways to support Black founders, you know, besides the check?
Yeah. I mean, we often sort of frame our conversations about the tech ecosystem around these two discrete nodes, founders and funders. But the lion's share of what's happening in the ecosystem is happening in between at the operator level. And so those teams, those operating teams, those marketing teams, those product teams, those are often the fuel that pushes great companies forward. And in the absence of having $100 million that you can write every year, you can certainly make really good intros that allow founders to hire great people across the board. And particularly, you know, I find that it's the case, and many of us do that, the folks who are employees number 1, 2, 3 through 10 are the ones who are really going to determine the degree to which an individual founder is going to be able to get the job done. And so making those high quality intros to early employees is, I found that from my experience as a founder, to be a really, really huge help.
And also funds that have the resources that can build out even the smallest platform team to provide assistance and help and guidance to their portfolio companies is extremely helpful.
So I find that for me, there's a couple of things. The first is sometimes, to the point that Julia raised earlier, people just don't really know how to fit in. So they don't know nomenclature, they don't know signaling, they don't know the sort of nuance of the industry. And, you know, ironically, I had a conversation with Joanne Wilson about this, and she wrote a blog post about our conversation. And it's called Being Off the Grid, right? And the point being that sometimes it isn't an issue of the quality of the entrepreneur, it's an issue of the ability to understand some of the cultural nuance associated with the fundraising process and the people who actually provide the funding. And so even if you can help provide some education or some translation or some feedback, that goes a long way, because, you know, to Julia's other earlier point, it's actually difficult to get feedback in the room. And so sometimes the most important thing you can do is just sort of help people manage translating what people say versus what they mean, helping them understand what people are saying, what are important words, give them a little glossary, you know, just help them in the most basic way to get on the on-ramp to the conversation. I think that's probably the first thing. And the second thing is really, you can't overemphasize the value of introductions. And while Julie was focused on the employees, I focus on partners and customers. And so, you know, how do you help people fundraise? Get them a customer, right? You know, get them somebody who's actually going to pay. And that way, it's actually going to help them fundraise, because you're actually helping their traction, which not only brings them revenue, but it gives them a sense of progress that people are looking for anyway.
Yeah, you know, there is a meme going around Instagram, you know, like 10 ways to help, you know, small business owners that don't cost any money. And it's sort of the same, right? If you're shouting out a founder on your LinkedIn, even if you're not an investor, people see that, right? If you're shouting them out on social, if you are buying from them, right? Or you are, you know, suggesting your friends to, or you're sending them customers, or you're sending them, you know, hires, or just talking about them, right? A huge part of marketing is just repeating your name in a crowded room enough times, right? And so I think that sometimes when you look at it, you can sometimes in this industry, I think, be so consumed with feeling like a have-not that you forget that even if you're not personally a billionaire who personally has a yacht full of gold bars, you can still be incredibly helpful to people with what you do have, which is your network, your voice, your, you know, all of those things, right? Your time. When you think about switching jobs, you know, maybe go work for an amazing Black founder like Julia, right? And those are things that are you know, not as quick as a check, but can often be far more powerful cumulatively. We're going to switch topics a little bit again and talk about limited partners. So limited partners are the people who invest into venture funds. And they are a hot topic of conversation recently with the idea that, hey, if venture funds are not hiring diverse people, and if venture funds are not investing in diverse people, then the venture funds, you know, investors maybe have some leverage there. And so, you know, let's just jump in on that, right? We'll start with you, Denmark. What role do endowments and foundations, the typical kind of two big buckets of people, or endowments and pensions, the two biggest kind of buckets of capital for venture funds, what role do they play? Do they have a legal or moral obligation around these topics?
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a heavy one.
No question.
Okay, so for foundations, I'll take that one first, and then I'll talk about endowments. For foundations, I think that the challenge is that you're usually talking about institutions that are philanthropic by nature, and so what they're really trying to do is they're trying to invest to support, in essence, their endowment. And so the issue is they're trying to make sure that they continue to have a source of money to allocate to either individual not-for-profits or to other not-for-profit initiatives. And so in that vein, their primary goal is actually going to be returns focused in order to drive the sustainability of the source of funding for their purpose and their work, which is to allocate towards, you know, not-for-profit activity. Now, because they are generally, because they're foundations, they're generally oriented around something that is mission, impact, but sort of do-good oriented, then they also want to do that with a lens that appeals to, you know, at least a set of issues that pertain to, let's make sure that there's, you know, gender-based diversity. Let's make sure that there's racial equity. Let's make sure that we're not doing something that destroys the planet. Let's make sure that, you know, we're not doing something that is highly discriminatory across any of these other metrics, whether it's, you know, religion, sexual orientation, or otherwise, right? Like there's other ways that they're going to sort of filter it. So that's the moral question that overlays the returns basis. As far as legal, I think that one is harder. Foundations tend to be private. I think that the legal argument is probably an easier one with organizations that have more of a, you know, a government tie or have more of a public affiliation. So like if you're talking about public pension funds, right? You can start to make a different argument about what's actually moral and legal. But for private institutions like foundations and sort of like university systems or the like, you know, that's a different story. But I do believe that for private, it's probably more of a moral thing. For public, it's probably moral, and if you sort of push it, you could probably have some really interesting angles on legal.
Yeah, and Abia, do you feel like family offices and ultra high net worth people, are they stepping up to fill some of these gaps? What are you seeing?
I think yes. I think that the conversations that I've had with family offices and ultra high net worth individuals have been positive in nature. They have been really intentional about wanting to support diverse fund managers. I would say that in terms of all of these categories of potential LPs, whether it be endowments, foundations, ultra high net worth individuals, or family offices, that there's always checks to be written and money to be had. But for the diverse fund manager, I think the issue is the gatekeeper, getting access to the gatekeeper, getting access to the person that, you know, will set you up with a call or a meeting, et cetera, to pitch your fund to that person. And then also getting around the loophole of, oh, we don't invest in first-time funds, or we don't invest in XYZ. I think that there are a lot of qualifiers that you have to get around to get that person to write you a check.
Yeah.
And those qualifiers don't necessarily favor diverse first-time fund managers.
Yeah. And, you know, Denmark, we've talked a little bit about, and I think, Julia, you've seen some of this too in the funder side, you know, how does outside pressure play a role, right? So it feels like it's a little bit calcified, slow moving. These organizations are kind of inherently conservative because their job is to conserve capital for the long term. And venture is inherently a much higher risk category, no matter who's writing the checks, than like a public markets, right? So how does outside pressure, or can outside pressure sort of help move some of this?
Yeah, so my philosophy is outside pressure has a tendency to move everything. And it's hard to see how any progress is made without outside pressure, especially when it comes to these types of issues. And so I just harken back to, you know, I think it was like 2014 when, you know, Reverend Jesse Jackson went to Silicon Valley to talk about diversity. And it was after that Google started to just release their EEO data, which, you know,
totally unrelated.
but the shocking thing to me, the shocking thing to me is that for an industry that talks about the value of data, the fact that they would actually not share data about an issue that they weren't even happy with. Like they would say, well, we can do better. Okay, well then why wouldn't you even share the data, right? And so the pressure in this particular example that Reverend Jackson applied, I think was at least part of the equation that led to an increase in the transparency. Now, different subject about whether that led to progress, but you know, it at least led to more transparency. When it comes to allocation of capital, I think that pressure is also one of the things that is required in order for things to come to a new perspective. And I think that a lot of the new dollars that have been introduced, at least announced, I should say, a lot of the money that's been announced that's going to come to both founders and funders in this community has been a result of pressure that stemmed from the protests, unfortunately, after the tragic loss of life from Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and George Floyd. There were international protests. There was a international awakening. All of a sudden, it was actually clear that there was systemic racism, and that continued pressure, I think, allowed people the ability to say, okay, if I have to do something, I can either make a statement, right? I can actually say I'm going to give some significant investment, or I can tackle the structural racism. Most people said, I'll do the statement. Some people said, I'm going to do the investment. We're still waiting to see what happens with the structural piece.
Yeah. And to all of that, I really encourage more funds to be transparent about, you know, their portfolios, their partners, their intentions towards diversity, their internal programs that are, you know, put in place to help to rectify this issue.
Yeah, I love that. And then Julia, what do you think? What role, and kind of even in all of this, right? Even pulling back from LPs a little bit, what role does pressure, outside pressure in our industry play in changing it?
I'll say there's another party to this whole conversation, and that is the tech press.
Mm-hmm.
And I, by and large, Sarah, have been pleased with the way that organizations like Axios are showing up for these conversations. And where there is data, you know, to Denmark and obvious points, where there is data, they're bringing it to light and they are forcing conversations to happen. And so I think one of the things that has to exist in our country is, you know, free press. And some of this also comes down to voting. Like, that's an issue that no matter where you are in this whole conversation, there's an importance to just being present for the democratic process and for voting and for using whatever influence you have to make sure that that's happening within and without of your, you know, inside and outside of your organization.
I love that. And then to piggyback on the idea of voting, Denmark, as we kind of start to wind down, would love your thoughts around the government role. You know, kind of walk us through quickly, what are some of the recent changes in government that might matter to VCs around the blocker rule, accredited investors, and do you think that there's a chance that there's real change from that?
Yeah, look, I think that's a great question. I think that the first piece that I'd probably say is that there's generally 5 ways that government can play a role. You know, they can help adjust the expense line, and tax policy tends to be the leading way there. They can offer non-dilutive financing. Grants tend to be the way they can play there. They can offer direct investment, and that ranges from like SBA loans or other low interest loans to actual investments from economic development and other organizations of that ilk. They can actually influence policy by changing law. And there's a number of examples we can point to there. And they can actually become a customer of sorts, right? They can in, you know, my mentor and good friend Jim Lowry did a lot of work around, you know, minority supplier and diversity of vendor relationships a couple decades ago. But I think that all of those are areas that you can actually apply from a government perspective. And if you think about sort of specific examples, you know, qualified small business, the Volcker rule as it applies to banks at least opens up the opportunity for banks to invest in venture funds. The Title II exception for crowdfunding, which allows people who are not accredited investors to invest, opens up the pool of capital for founders. There's a number of these opportunities that the government is already doing, but can do more because they're only doing them in limited cases. There's the opportunity to do more, and then there's also the opportunity at the state level to do more. So like if you look at New York State with their innovation fund and their economic development corp and the work that they're doing, there's an opportunity to replicate that kind of work to sort of provide funds to both founders and funders. But it's a much longer conversation. I'm just trying to hit the high point.
No, but it's great and helpful to know, to even just start to understand, like, oh, there's a lot of pieces moving in the world, and hopefully they're moving in the right direction. So with that, we're basically out of time, but I would love just quick last thoughts, especially Julia, Abia, where, what do you want to leave everybody with? Where is there hope? Where are good things happening?
Yeah, I think we're living at an incredibly unique moment. And the work now is to make sure that we go from being in a moment to a part of a movement. And so wherever possible, continue to have these conversations in all of your social spheres, your personal ones, your professional ones, your philanthropic ones, and make sure that you're working every day to push the conversation forward.
To Julia's point, I'm an eternal optimist. So contrary to a lot of people's opinions, I don't see this just being a moment. I really do see this moment propelling progress forward. And I think that, regardless of your stance, use the money given, the attention, the time, the opportunities being thrown your way right now to, position yourself in the best light and build and provide data points signaling that, you are capable, that, investing in diverse fund managers and founders is a good thing, because I think that when you are able to prove in black and white what you're doing is profitable and good and amazing, then these opportunities keep presenting themselves and the momentum keeps propelling forward.
Yeah. What about you, Denmark?
I personally feel like the society that we live in tends to be cyclical. The pendulum has a tendency to swing. I think that we're in a moment where the swing is in a positive direction, which to me means, to extend upon Julia's point of turning the moment to a movement, that we should be focused on making sure that our advancements are structural, so that we're actually building new infrastructure, new policy, new ways of doing business that will survive through this particular positive phase. Because I unfortunately, I don't believe that this is a sustainable moment, but I do think that the work could be sustainable.
Yeah. That is great. So the work could be sustainable. We just got to keep hope alive. I love it. Thank you guys all for being live. Got to shout out the Rev. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and thanks to Rainbow Push and Reverend Jackson for having us to talk today. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
I'm Todd Yeary, Senior Vice President of the Rainbow Push Coalition and Citizenship Education Fund. Thank you for being a part of our PUSHTECH2020 virtual summit, Vision, Voice, and Votes Matter. The coronavirus pandemic has created a public health crisis globally of epic proportions. How we manage our day-to-day lives and how we continue to conduct business has been altered as a result. However, our obligation to continue to push for equity, inclusion, and innovation has not changed. That's why I, on behalf of our founder and president, Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr., and the entire Rainbow Push family, want to acknowledge our sponsors who have partnered with us to convene this critically important summit and advance this ever-important work. Our innovator-level sponsors are Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Drexel Hamilton, MFR Securities, and Tigris Financial Partners. Our Sterling-level sponsors are Pixar, Intel, Blaylock Van LLC, Ramirez and Company, and CL King and Associates. Our bronze-level sponsors are Salesforce and Apple, and our diamond-level sponsors are Facebook and Airbnb. Special thanks to our premier sponsor for PUSHTECH2020, Comcast. Without all of you, our sponsors, these important conversations might not be possible. Because of your support and partnership, our collaborative work of advancing economic justice and inclusion in the tech sector will continue. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors, and thanks to all of you for being a part of PUSHTECH 2020. And remember, keep hope alive.
Welcome to Rainbow Push Coalition's PUSHTECH 2020. We're really excited to be here talking with these two entrepreneurs. My name is Del Medina. I'm a longtime collaborator and friend of the folks at Silicon Valley. Thank you to Pastor Brian and Deanna and the rest of the team for making this possible. I want to introduce our two entrepreneurs. Would you be kind enough to start us off, Dr. Nana? Tell us who you are, what you're building, and where you're located.
Yes, well, thank you for inviting me to be here. My name is Dr. Enefa Fomanen. I am the founder and medical director for Shared Harvest, my COVID MD. And we built an app essentially to transform the liability of student loan debt into asset class for social change. Exactly. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And where are you located?
We're located in Los Angeles.
Fantastic. Yeah. Coco, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Courtney Coco Eason. I'm based out of Nashville, Tennessee. My background is in music and entertainment. I left the music industry to start my own startup called Milk the Moment, which specializes in making mobile apps for mental health reasons, wellness, and just kind of overall good well-being. We started off with a product called Milk that encouraged people to put down their devices and be more present and to get more work done and be more efficient. But during COVID, things have changed. And I know we're going to talk about that, Dale, later. So we are in the middle of a pivot that I'm excited to talk about later in this call.
Great. Well, thank you both for being a part of this conversation. Before we get started, both of you are outside of Silicon Valley. And the reason why I did some outreach and wanted to engage you both is because I think that so often people, when they think of tech, they think of Silicon Valley. I'm wondering if maybe you could talk about your experience in working outside of Silicon Valley and in different tech ecosystems, and what does that look like? Courtney, do you want to get us started on that?
Yeah, so what we ended up deciding to do, Dale, is to kind of make ourselves a little mobile within the Southeast. Nashville is where we're based, but Nashville is very big on healthcare. So they love kind of supporting and getting around ideas that are centered in healthcare. But they also love to really support Nashvillians and put you in the press and do anything they can to get your name out there. So we knew that Nashville would be a place for us to later launch and try to get some traction. But as far as finding a place that kind of invested in early stage companies, we actually decided to become kind of mobile. So right now I'm in Birmingham while my co-founder is in Atlanta, and we kind of rotate to just different types of cities around here that seem to be very supportive of Black and brown founders and founders in early stage areas and phases of their company. Birmingham is very good about mentorship and partnerships and collaborations and channel partners. And then the great thing about Atlanta is, seeing a Black or brown woman walk in and asking for some funding is not new to them at all. They see that all day, every day. And the chances of us raising money in a city such as Atlanta is a little bit better than it would be maybe on the West Coast. So we've become kind of mobile, and it's been working really, really great for us so far.
Wow. So when you say you're mobile, what does that mean? Like, do you spend a season in one place? Like, how is that mobility? How have you baked that mobility into your work?
So we usually go where we've been accepted into an accelerator, incubator, grant situation. I was in a accelerator here in Birmingham called Velocity, and just ended up staying here to really try to nurture what they started for me. I didn't want to kind of get the knowledge and run off. I mean, they taught me a lot. There was a lot of people behind me supporting Milk the Moment. So I decided to stay. And my co-founder went back to Nashville, kind of nurtured some relationships there. And then the next year we applied to another accelerator, and that was in Atlanta. And so we kind of go where opportunities are, and we tend to stay a little bit longer after those opportunities to really, I guess you could say, milk those moments and really take advantage of everything we can. So we kind of follow the opportunities for sure.
Fantastic. Dr. Nana, what has been your experience, and how mobile have you been or not?
Yeah, no, Coco had said it best. Mobility was the game, the name of the game when we first got started. Myself, being totally new to the entrepreneurial space, I'm a background is in emergency medicine, disaster response, and my co-founders and I are both, my two co-founders were both emergency doctors and allergy specialists. So we were going at it from a completely social enterprise standpoint. We knew there was a problem. We knew it was impacting especially African American women at the most when it talks about student loan debt. And we knew there was this opportunity where we can stop feeling like the shackle in a sense, but really use that social capital to change communities and reinvest how communities build up their education system and their businesses. And so we were right in that, employee, corporate social responsibility, wellness space. And we had a tough time. So we, much like Coco, went where the opportunities of accelerators understood our value proposition. And actually, that's where we landed in North Carolina through the Black Founders Exchange. And that was monumental. It really created that home feeling from other Black entrepreneurs who were going through different phases of their own businesses and helping us kind of see, okay, we're in this phase, but this is where we need to go, and really like break down the process into bite size. So although our headquarters are based in Los Angeles, we actually have satellite offices where both of the founders are, both in Chicago and New York. And then we really consider North Carolina home because it still is the foundation where American Underground really gave us our legs to get out there. The other thing that we found, actually, particularly with when COVID hit, right before, we were trying to figure out, okay, we know our end user is the person who has the student loan debt. And we're trying to convince our buyer, which is the companies, to care about the end user, that it's good for business to care about your employees. It's good for business to care about the community that surrounds your business. And that was a really tough sell. And then COVID hit, and then Black Lives Matter movement hit. And then all the companies are now like, how do we get them to see we care? I'm like, that's what we were just trying to tell you. And so in the beginning, when COVID hit, we pivoted so that we were that initiative that you can invest in and support the people on the ground. We, in essence, became the tactile emergency response to an ineffective and failing public health and education system. And we were getting a lot of traction from that. And I remember at that time, there was a CNN article written about us, and it said how Silicon Valley is addressing COVID. And it was all about us. I said, where did we get money from Silicon Valley at that time? But it was I guess, it was a compliment, but then like a red flag, like, people wanted to be associated with what we were doing because of that kind of alignment. So I think in the end of the day, I've come to learn so much more about what Silicon Valley can have to offer, that there is this social impact space that we can actually live in. But in the beginning, it was just about the love and the feeling home, and that we can do this even though we didn't have that background.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting that both of you have pointed out, like, and I'm really grateful to the folks that are doing amazing work in the South, because there are so many Black folks there, and there are so many established folks there. It's been wonderful to see how those ecosystems have grown. But I'm curious, like, what is your relationship with Silicon Valley, since you brought it up, Dr. Nana? What does that mean to you? Does that mean access to funding? Does that mean support? Like, and what does support actually mean? Like, that's the other thing. People can have support at different levels. You could have a fan, somebody who's just like a fan of your work and recommends your work. You could have somebody who is actually like a promoter of it and saying, like, this is the solution we need to use, and this is why I think it's great. You could have somebody who's an investor who's actually putting money and buying a part of your company. There's different ways in which you can have support, but I'm curious, like, what has been your relationship with Silicon Valley, and what kind of support have you received?
Well, I have to divvy it out to who in Silicon Valley is really supporting us, right? Because Silicon Valley is, again, a salad bowl of resources and resource networks. There are some that will open the door, some who will serve as sponsors, some who will serve as mentors, some people who will write out checks. But it's not all the same, and, in the beginning, Silicon Valley for me represented access to an ear. So someone who would listen and then connect me to the next person who may listen and maybe do a little bit more. But that's it. I mean, for me, Silicon Valley does not represent like the mega space where we are going to thrive, because it also doesn't represent very well the constituents and that our mission is trying to be in line with helping and serving. And so to the extent that we keep our message and our outreach nationally and reach out to those in the South, so then the East Coast, especially, who have the largest impact of what, or dealing with what we're trying to solve, I think then we become a benefit to Silicon Valley to be an honest and transparent and trustworthy partner to addressing that population.
Yeah. How about you, Coco? What has that relationship been like?
So for me and for other startups here in the Southeast, I think Silicon Valley has always looked like this kind of holy grail to us in the beginning, like this place that we needed to get to in order to succeed, especially with my first product that was really driven around traction and growth before you would see really any money or success. You had to grow users, you had to grow partnerships. And I was always told Silicon Valley is the only area that's going to get that. They're going to understand that you got to pump money in order to see it later down the road. And you're not going to get investors that understand that in the Southeast. They want a SaaS subscription fee type of business model, straight and forward. And I do think that was true in the beginning of us launching and trying to develop Milk. So yeah, I've never really had a connection to Silicon Valley. It's always been kind of that dreamland to get to in the beginning. But now that I've grown through kind of the development phases of creating a startup, I'm realizing that there's so many other ways to try to fund your company. Right now, we're working through trying to fund our company through our customers and having them kind of really help us with our cash flow and trying to figure out ways where we can stay away from the fundraising process in the beginning and do it when it's really, really necessary. Instead of thinking that the only way that we can fund and be successful is by getting out to the Silicon Valley area.
Yeah, yeah. And I do want to distinguish something for the audience, which is the way that Silicon Valley has worked is that I believe it's been the tail that wags the dog. Because if you look at since the downturn in 2008, entrepreneurship actually has been down. And the only place that it was actually vibrant and engaging, and all those companies people became billionaires overnight. Like, mind you, I live here in San Francisco. I grew up here in San Francisco. I saw and experienced what this was like, which is you suddenly had some folks that were getting a lot of cash, a lot of infusion, and became the companies that we now all use in terms of engaging with each other and exchanging information with each other. And so insert big tech company named here. And so that particular VC model was built for, I think, particular types of companies in which you needed a product to come in and take up as much a part of a market as possible, grab as much attention as possible, get as many users as possible, and then you would worry about whether a company is profitable or not. We know of more than one company right now that is actually on the stock exchange. It's like you're buying and selling, and they're still not profitable, right? So there's still a lot of question about the viability, the long-term viability of companies. And I think that as Black and Brown folks, we cannot afford to always take those risks. I think some folks can afford to take those risks, but the reality, as you were mentioning, Dr. Nana, like Black women in particular, most educated group of people in this country have the most amount of debt. As a result of that, are having to be entrepreneurial sometimes because you're not seeing the opportunities that your educational background should, be responding to. Like institutions should be responding and saying, yes, we're going to hire all the Black women possible because they're the most educated folks, but that's not happening either. And so building a company through bootstrapping versus building a company through investment are two different ways of doing it. And also tech and tech-enabled products are becoming cheaper. Like the first company I wanted to build, my MVP was going to cost $1 million.
Wow.
I have nobody in my life that was going to give me $1 million, not friends and family. Like that did not exist for me. That same company, if I wanted to build it today, would probably cost me anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000 for that MVP. So the cost of technology has gone down significantly in the last 10 years. And the opportunities that folks have to be able to create a company that's actually financially viable from the get-go has also changed. And so Dr. Nana, thinking through some of these concepts and looking at your experience, like, what are some of the choices that you made for your company where you said, okay, this is the route we're going to take because this is going to give us a financial viability and still meet our mission? What was that process like for you?
No, sure. That's a great question. That resonated about this dichotomy between tech and service, right? Because you can build a platform. We are a SaaS, in essence, a SaaS platform that matches individuals who have student loan debt and quality skill sets with the nonprofits who need those skill sets. So we can leverage some of the potential of those nonprofits and the viability of them in our communities where you're seeing them shut down. And initially, when we pivoted to doing COVID, it was very important that we were actually on the ground providing testing, providing access to health services and wraparound services like mental health and getting access to jobs and healthcare, childcare, because people weren't immobile without these things through our platform. And we were dealing with a build out that was costing more than the cost that we were spending on to help people actually on the ground volunteer and do the work. And so we're like, oh, we're just going to do the work and let the tech catch up to us, you know? And that's what we had to make that decision. I said, people are struggling right now. I am not going to spend $100,000+ on the technology when we are having people risk their lives on the front line doing this work. And so we just made that decision that our technology was going to lag, and hopefully our investors and our sponsors could realize the value that we were bringing to actually doing the work on the ground. And that worked. It was a decisive moment. People disagree. They said, you know, you need to build it. And then, you know, and in that process, we saw a lot of competitors building out contact tracing programs and all this stuff related to testing and blowing up, imploding on themselves because they weren't actually applying it in real time. They were getting the funds, using the test source, going out there and doing it. And I remember the moment when we had to present some of our data after we hit a certain benchmark, and our platform and our service, the My COVID MD Initiative service, provided where we were pulling in 70 to 80% Black and Brown participants every single time to our testing sites and on our platform, where the city and the county's average was 8 to 13%. And we were talking about this is the population that was being affected the most, but yet when you did the stats and the numbers, we were doing such a poor job in reaching them as a county. And so that's when we were like, we are doing the right thing. We went at it the right way. This is the sustainable model. And then things, you know, have worked out so well since then, new partnerships and everything, because they saw, you know, the data didn't lie at that point.
Yeah, I think this is such a great example of like, I think the tech has to work for people, not the other way around. And so often, like I love a good robot as much as anybody. Trust me. Like I love a good sci-fi opportunity.
Yeah.
But so often I've seen how people have tried to push through a tech solution, not taking into consideration the humans that actually have to use them. So I think like that's a great example of that. And Courtney, you said that you wanted to share an update. I'm curious because one of the things that I really loved about your original concept and the way you were thinking about it is that so often we are stuck so much on our phones, and there's been great amount of like reporting that's happened since you started about how dangerous phone usage and how addictive it is, and what does that actually mean for young folks in particular in their brain and brain development. So I'm curious, like when you were growing your company and as you've thought it through and iterated, what has that process been like for you?
It's been an eye opener for me. I think the first thing that was kind of shocking to me was it was a push and pull with a lot of people. They knew that this is something that they need to get better at, and they need to put the device down, be more present, be more attentive, and pay more attention to the things that are going on around them. But that was harder to do than they thought it would be in the beginning. And so, and then a lot of people thought, I don't have a problem with my phone. I'm fine. They were kind of in denial about a lot of things. Like, how dare you tell me I have a problem with being on my phone too much? So it wasn't as receptive as I thought it was going to be in the beginning. So we started doing things like adding rewards and points to try to make it more fun, more gamified, and that did help. But then when COVID hit, that was a way where we lost personal connection with a lot of people. So everybody wanted to run to their phone at that point when I was trying to tell them to put it away and to be more interconnected with people. Well, with COVID, we weren't around people. And so that was really hard for us to convince people to do. They said, this is the only thing I have to connect to my mom or to connect to my siblings or my loved ones. So we started realizing that this wasn't going to last too well. Our retention was going to be pretty bad during the pandemic. And so we started talking more and more to our users to see, what is it that you need in this time then? And what we found was a lot of them just said, I am overworked, I'm stressed, I am burnt out, I'm tired, I can't sleep well, my mind is going 100 miles per hour. I need to take a break from life, not just from my phone. Mm-hmm. I need something that stops me and gets me away from the noise, and I need a mental escape. And I realized we were not hitting the nail on the head at all for our users who were thinking, okay, if I come to Coco's app and I put away my phone, maybe all my troubles go away. And that putting away the phone is just a small piece of a very large puzzle, and it just wasn't really satisfying them. They needed something more. And so we decided to begin a pivot. We're pivoting to a product that helps reduce stress and anxiety in under 7 minutes. And we're even going into partnerships with universities, psychology departments and science departments to really study this and to see what's going on internally when people experience our app. It's kind of like something similar to Calm. Our Calm app has those sleep stories and things of that nature. We have things that you can do throughout your day, at work, in the morning, things of that nature that really calm you, can reduce your heart rate, cortisol levels, things of that nature. And we really want to help people to fall asleep and get uninterrupted sleep as well. And this seems to be resonating with people much better than what milk was. And milk can still be something that we may return to when it feels right, but right now it just doesn't feel right because people are attached to their phones. They're working like crazy because now our homes have become our offices. And so they're trying to, everybody. So they're trying to find a way to mentally escape, not really find ways to disconnect from their devices, which is understandable. And so that's the type of realm that we're going into. And so far, so good, Dale. We've gotten some really, really good responses to this shift that we're doing.
Fantastic. I'll have to download it because I think I've definitely experienced all those things. And then on top of that, we had the fires and the smokes here in California. So even my daily walk that I could take, I could not take because I was just like, we couldn't go out. So that was a moment of a lot of high stress that was recent to us here in California and parts of Oregon. I just know people have been having a hard time. Mm-hmm. So you've both touched upon what COVID has meant for your businesses, but I'm wondering, what do you want for a post-COVID world? We know COVID's going to be with us for a bit right now. It's just the reality. We know that it's just going to be, this is going to become our ongoing normal for a while. There are certain things that I don't want to go back to and there are things that I want us to reimagine completely. But I'm curious from the point of view of the two of you, what's the thing that you want us to let go of as businesswomen, as people who are creating tech products? What are some concept ideas, practices that you're like, let's just get rid of that. That wasn't working for me before, didn't work for me during, and it's definitely not going to work for me afterwards. Dr. Nana, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, and I'm very proud that we are implementing this. We came up with this concept of empathy-driven technology, empathetic, and what that means to us is that scaling tech does not mean removing the human. A lot of times, even before, I remember hearing these stories about, service tech, service-oriented businesses never work because it costs so much energy and so many resources to dump into it. Trying to scale is to automate everything, right? But what we've done with My COVID MD and Shared Harvest platform is that we built something called a community health partner. And that's a network of all these individuals who happen to have student loan debt, but who are very skilled in the health, the education space, and the mental health space, and the psychiatry space, and are now providing those services using the technology platform to make it easier to provide it. But we say access to real resources in real time by real people. And that's what I hope when we start thinking post-COVID is we just came through this, 10 months of social distancing, right? The solution is not to keep distancing ourselves, right? The solution should include how do we make those kind of relationships sustainable even in a pandemic? And whatever that outcome looks like, using technology to scale that, but keeping in mind the human is still the center, and not just the human as your consumer, but both in the exchange of resources on both sides.
Yeah, I know the automation piece of this world, I find it fascinating because automating things is a choice. Eliminating humans from the process is a choice. Not everybody is coming to it from that lens of like, what happens to the humans who you've chosen to automate the work out of? Like, there's a lot of work to be done there. But Coco, what is the thing that you're like, I could care less if this doesn't continue post-COVID?
With us, it's third-party developers and hiring outside of our founding team to get things done for us. That came to a complete shutdown during COVID because we had to watch every penny that we had. We had to become extremely lean. And the great thing about pivoting to this new product is it's all kind of based around building video content and music and calming sounds and things. And that's my background, Del. So now I get to build my product. And I will never return back to something to where I'm hiring all these people to, to build my product because they don't move as fast as I want them. They are way too expensive. They got other projects that they're worrying about. And, investors kind of like to know that you can do a lot of things in-house anyway, and you don't have to pull in a lot of third parties. So that's one thing that I'm so happy that we kind of found out, that we're able to do a lot of this in-house. And we don't need the help of outsiders. We can keep this in and keeps costs down and keeps us growing at a great speed as well. So we won't be returning back to those third-party dev shops. We're learning how to do a lot of stuff in-house. So.
Yeah. So are you using kind of low code or no code kind of solutions out there to build it? And if so, would you be kind enough to share with people like some opportunities that people could like, what does that mean and how can they take advantage of that?
Yeah, so since the new pivot that we're going to is mainly just video and content, virtual experiences, we build those and we're able to put those in applications that are kind of already built, almost like a little Netflix for you to put, your cover of something, somebody presses play, they can review it and go on to something else. Those tools are already out there. One is called Maz, M-A-Z, that we're looking into. And then Vimeo is also getting into OTT apps as well, to where they've already built the app. They've got spaces for you to just put in your content, your tags and your searching categories and things of that nature. You throw in what you've built and they deploy it out to different types of channels for you. And it's just ready to go and you pay a monthly subscription fee. So we no longer really, in the beginning at least, we don't have to build up an extensive app or a web presence. We just work on what we know how to do, which is building that content. And then we're leaving it up to other companies out there who've already created the platform for us to just kind of plug and play.
Oh, that's great. Dr. Nana, did you and your team use anything along those lines that's like low code, no code? Because you were talking about like, we didn't spend all this money on development because we needed to impact the humans that we were working with. Like, what were some of the hacks or tips or tricks that you use?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. We weren't using new material, but what we did was go away from the actual technology and into just spreadsheets, right? So, and then realize that, oh, this is powerful because at the end of the day, it's about how the data is formulated, right? What data are you collecting? So we just went with, you know, we had our platform set up for our original version of Shared Harvest. And then we're like, we can't use this because we're kind of getting information from patients and then the whole HIPAA thing. And like, how do we do this? And so we started just creating our own spreadsheets, creating our own passwords, the unique identifiers. And then to Coco's point, the team start understanding the lingo around the back end. So then when we had the funding to say, okay, we need to add this piece to the database or the platform so that people can see this, we need the CSV file to actually have this point and this point of data, rather than finding out the wrong way that we didn't input it and then spending more money trying to recode it and add a certain field and all of those things. So we already knew what it needed to do, which streamlined the money that you spend on project management and UI, UX. Like, we already knew it in-house because we were utilizing it in the most basic skeleton form. So I think that was a piece. And I think when you're in that growth mode, when you're looking at investors, you're just looking like, how can I get the product done? How do I get the MVP done? And you almost, especially for Black founders, we don't give ourselves that room and space to sit with the product and figure out what we really need, as opposed to just getting it built, you know? And I think that was what I now feel like, okay, now I get that. There's no rush to get the MVP out. The faith is in knowing that the investor that's coming on board knows you, likes your mission, likes the way your work ethic, and can believe you're gonna get this done. Because they can't just buy in. There's so much technology out there. If you want to invest in technology, there's many things out there. No one's reinventing the wheel when it comes to the technology. But how do we connect with the consumer? How do we connect with the philosophy of our business? And how are we going to be sustainable? Those are all comes from the humans who are building the business.
Fantastic. Well, I'm looking at a time and I'm going to wrap us up. And I want to thank you both for sharing all your experiences. But as we wrap up, what is the thing that if an entrepreneur right now is listening, like what's a word of wisdom, an idea that you think folks should be thinking through as we're living in a COVID and as we're trying to build a post-COVID world? Coco, do you want to close us out with that?
Yeah, I would say be as adaptable as possible. But continue the customer discovery process always. We tend to think that that's something you kind of do in the beginning. You ask a few questions, you got a few thumbs up, and it's time to run with the product. And I made that mistake a lot. And you know, going back on Dr. Nana's point as well, I think as Black women founders, we tend to feel like we don't have that privilege to build an MVP, something that's not all the way out with bells and whistles. At least me, I felt in the beginning, I have to have something gorgeous and beautiful and ready to go, because I can't present that to an investor, you know, and not have everything in its place. And I couldn't be even more incorrect. I was really wrong on that. The way to go is to go slow, fail fast, but go slow in your development process. Do the stages of the MVP, start with something small, build upon it when you're talking to your customers, and find out what they want. Don't get it confused with what you want for your product. I would say that's the biggest thing that I've learned from my past, and that we're definitely making sure we don't go back into those same shoes when it comes to this new product that we're pivoting to. And we're kind of not even allowed to. COVID has been a blessing in disguise, because the way that it has kind of strapped me down and made me so lean, it made me make smarter decisions. To where back in the day when I had grants coming in and accelerator money coming in, I wasn't spending it the best way. I was making some decisions that I probably shouldn't. But COVID made me say, no, we're going to start small. We're going to hurry up and see if this is what people want or not. And if not, we're going to change We're going to do that next change as small and as inexpensive as possible until we kind of scale up and get to the point where we need to be. So that would be my suggestion for anybody else needing to kind of be adaptable in this pandemic era right now.
Right. Dr. Nana?
Absolutely. I think I would leave with definitely know your why and your authentic voice. Like, and that's something that you just don't know one day and then it stays with you. Meditate on that. Give yourself 5 minutes every single day to say, why am I going down this journey? What do I want it to look like? Envision that, and then execute each day a little bit more at a time. I think that's more important than anything because not all money is good money. And right? And you don't want to end up building something you don't like, that doesn't speak to you, because you're not going to connect to the people and to the customers that you want to serve. You may find out in the customer discovery, hey, I can't fix this because I don't even think it's important, right? And that's okay, because the universe is abundance. There's a lot of people out there trying to do stuff, and building and collaborating together works great. But if you don't know your why, you don't know why you're building this, your authentic self is not going to come through your product, and you're not going to sustain this product. It may look good real quick, but it's not going to be sustainable. And so I think that is, and I've learned this constantly, but I am so clear on that. And I got this. There's 2 very important things on my neck right now. One is a picture of my mom who passed away when I was young, but the other is an embossed art piece of Harriet Tubman. And I got that from Angela Rye, who came to one of our pop-ups. And it was because she had learned about my connection to loving the story of Harriet Tubman and how her conviction of her why and why she would keep going back and saving all these slaves over and over again when she was good to go. You know, what was that calling for her? And so I think the same thing I just leave to people. Find your calling, be good to yourself, say the right words, feel your energy positively, know that it's gonna take time, but if you're convinced that you're gonna get it done, it will happen.
Wow, thank you so much for ending with those words. And before we say goodbye, how can people find you? How can people engage with you? Dr. Nana and then Coco, and then I'll wrap us up of like, how can people reach out and if they have an interest, if they want to be a customer or a client, like investor, like what's the best way to find you?
Yeah, so if you need to directly email me, it's people@sharedharvestfund.org. We are all on LinkedIn at Shared Harvest Fund, as well as Instagram, Shared Harvest Fund. And we also have the My COVID MD initiative. So you can Google My COVID MD and find out how to sign up, mycovidmd.app, to be a volunteer, to be a participant, to help start paying off your student loan debt, and then also to be sponsors of some of our pop-ups that we have. Our next pop-up is in Carson, California, and on October 11th, coming up, and we're always it's a community block party feel. We do testing, but we also align every testing site with a social justice initiative. And then you can vote. We will be helping people vote at every pop-up and online as well.
Fantastic. Coco?
Awesome. So yeah, you can reach me at Coco, C-O-K-O, at milkthemoment.com. Milk the Moment's old product is still up, so you can go to milkthemoment.com to see what that was all about. But if you'd like to get a little sneak peek into what we're pivoting to, it's called Breakaway, and the website is breakawayapp.com. And then just to find out anything else about me, a Google search of Courtney Coco Eason will do it. All my social media will pop up, LinkedIn, and all those good things. So yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, I'm Del Medina, and you can find me at IamDelDelp on Instagram, Del DelDelp on Twitter. I really want to thank the two of you for this conversation and sharing your experiences. I think very highly of both of you. I think you're doing amazing work. And I hope that folks reach out and support you all. So with that said, thank you so much, everybody. We'll be talking soon, and please stay safe. And stay healthy, and yeah, get out there and vote. We need it. Fill out the census too. Like,
yes.
the census.
Get counted.
Get counted. All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you, Del.
It's been exciting. It's been wonderful. It's been really a blessing. Not only these past 2 days with you all, but as I look back personally on these last 5 years and really the past 15 years I've worked alongside with Butch Wing, we've been trying to make sure that this whole conversation around diversity and inclusion was real. We started off by just dealing with, at the time, some economic downturn that was happening in our world. And then after we saw that the tide was turning a little bit, Butch said, let's try to do some things in Silicon Valley. Reverend wants to re-engage. And so we re-engaged and we started going to meetings and we started having conversations, reconnecting with those that Reverend and Butch, you know, they talked to back in the 90s. And so we reconnected with a lot of those people, a lot of those faces, and a lot of those companies that were still open to us sitting down and saying, what can we do together? What can we do to open more doors? What can we do to make sure that young people are getting opportunities and access to the tech world, not just having a smartphone and not just being able to play games, but being able to learn what it takes to get a job and learn how to code and do app development and develop websites. And we went from those conversations into a moment in time where we needed to be programmatic and create some things that were specific to engaging Silicon Valley. And we thank all of the companies that have come alongside us. I mean, really, you all have made this a reality for us. And so as we celebrate the 5-year journey, we're really celebrating working with you. We're celebrating working together as a team, really. You know, the corporations that have come alongside, the tech companies, the entrepreneurs, those that we heard today, you know, just people that are cracking the system and getting involved, investors, VCs, all those conversations, and political leaders and national leaders, all these folks just come together. And as Reverend often says to us, he wants to bring the family together so we can do things together because we're better together. So here we are, 5 years into this PUSHTECH platform. And with this 5 years, we've been able to do some things. And we want to just remind you and show you a few highlights of the things we've been able to do. Under the PUSHTECH umbrella, we have created Faith Tech and Sports Tech. And both of those arms have just been incredible as we watch them evolve over the years and watch them impact people throughout the country. And I want to thank all of our satellite offices for opening your doors as well, because we've partnered with you to bring about Faith Tech and Sports Tech into your areas. We've been able to come into all of our satellite cities as well as headquarters in Chicago and create these tech opportunities. And we've been able to see through our sports tech program and partnerships with athletes and with community-based organizations and YMCAs and Boys and Girls Clubs, along with Push Excel in our own headquarters, to touch young people with technology, teaching them what they need to learn, using athletes as the spokespeople, but then at the same time, being able to watch kids enjoy and appreciate tech, because oftentimes they may not be able to go to college and play sports or even go to the pros. They're so limited, the opportunities in those spaces, but they can learn how to tech, they can learn how to do coding, they can learn how to do apps, and they can make a lot of money. They can take care of their families just in case they can't shoot the J like Curry, just in case they aren't able to run and score touchdowns like Lamar. They can still learn tech. And so it's been great watching sports tech evolve. Faith Tech has been a cornerstone, though. And as Reverend Jackson often says, he talks about being a country preacher. His heart is so big. And I remember the day sitting there in San Jose with him. We had just met with one of our corporate partners in Silicon Valley. And Reverend said to me, you know what, Joe? We need to talk to churches about opening up some of those empty Sunday school rooms during the week and teaching people technology. That was what he said. And so from that, we began to develop a plan. And those companies that came alongside with us, and USA Today did a story about us. We were trying to use the church as a platform where we could engage technology with all the people we want to engage with. Because the church is not just a place where we shout and celebrate and sing, but it's still a beacon of light. It's still where people come to get resources and support. And so we knew we could use faith and technology to make a difference. So here it is, y'all. We're going to do this thing to celebrate our 5-year journey. We're going to talk to you about Faith Tech. We're going to talk to you about Sports Tech. And then we're going to talk about Butch Wing. So here we are, PUSHTECH2020. Come on, celebrate with us the journey. It's been a blessing.
Hi, my name is Anita Thomas Lee, and I have the honor and pleasure of serving as the Digital Inclusion Specialist of Connected Churches. Connected Churches is an initiative rooted in the idea that places of worship can evolve into places of opportunity in their community. Its mission is to assist ministries with creating programming that closes the digital divide, bridge the industry gap between faith and tech, and to serve the needs of their community in a unique way. This entire idea became a thing with a clarion call given by Reverend Jesse Jackson in 2015. He recognized the need for communities of color to become an integral part of the technology revolution. Under Reverend Jackson's assistance, tech companies were highly encouraged to report their diversity numbers in employment and in leadership. He then tasked his Rainbow Push leaders to reach out and build relationships with global tech companies and impress upon those companies to invest in a program that can begin to bridge that gap between tech, faith, and diversity. Through the ingenuity of Dr. Joseph Bryan Jr., Executive Director of PUSHTECH2020, and Mr. Butch Lao Wang, in 2017, the Jesse Jackson Digital Inclusion Fellowship was executed in 2 cities, one in Atlanta and in the Bay Area. And I had the privilege to serve as one of the 4 Jesse Jackson DI Fellows. My colleagues and I worked with 15 churches, reached over 1,200 community members, and logged in over 7,500 training hours. With the lessons learned and the challenge accepted, in 2018, Connected Churches was born. In Atlanta, the Bay Area, New York City, Chicago, and Ann Arbor, Michigan, we assisted over 20 ministries across multiple denominations with creating what I like to call outreach technology ministries. In 2019, we continued our work with these ministries and added a great ministry in the DC, Maryland region. We work to empower these churches with digital tools that help them become more efficient servants within their ministries, their congregations, and hopefully into their communities. In 2020, Connected Churches became an exclusive faith tech initiative under the PUSH2020 platform. Our plans were to initiate Connected Churches into a new level with a tiered approach, a new cohort of churches that we was hoping would allow them to reach more people and more churches with multiple levels of involvement. Well, we initiated a new realm, all right, and we're proud of the work we've done. This year, we have conducted virtual tech trainings designed to assist churches with navigating our new normal. My colleagues and I provided extensive one-to-one consultations and trainings with individual ministries and coalitions. And we have even been able to conduct socially responsible in-person training. I am truly thankful for the Honorable Jesse Jackson because he listened to the message from the Lord and used his voice to bring this important issue to light. I am even more thankful to Dr. Joseph Bryant and Mr. Butch Wing for giving me the opportunity to fulfill my God-given purpose on this earth. Happy 5th birthday, Push Tech. I am so excited about what the next 5 times 5 years will bring. And always, I will be honored to continue to serve. Thank you.
Hello, this is Charlene Lawson. In 2015, Reverend Jesse Jackson launched a re-engagement in Silicon Valley with technology companies and the greater community. This was one of his great, incredible visions, and it was expanded to connect the faith community with tech company resources that would help them perform effective ministry and also equip the members of their congregation with tools and resources that they could use for survival and success. This became known as Faith Tech. Dr. Chuck Singleton and the Loveland Church was one of the first local assemblies to have an entire faith tech ministry develop right within their congregation. Hello, Dr. Singleton. Welcome.
Thank you, Charlene. I'm glad to be a part of this, and it is terribly exciting to me, as it was from the start. In the beginning, it was something where I caught the vision and saw the potential with it.
Great. Well, I remember that you actually came to our first event on the Google campus in 2017. This was before we even started the launch of our full scale of programs. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on what it was like to be there with Reverend Jackson, Pastor Bryant, and those executives as we began to build a tech ministry for the local church.
Well, it was, as I've mentioned already, terribly exciting. And one of the stories I tell often is about how when I was picked up at the airport, we went to the Googleplex, and we could not find, it's vast. I think many people don't realize how big that is. And we could not find the place where I was supposed to be. And so one of the guys said, I don't know how we're going to find it. I thought it was over here. I said, well, let's Google it. Let's Google it. And we did. And so we found it. We found the place on the Googleplex by Googling it, and it was just a very exciting event, as you've already said. To me, I know Reverend Jackson as a visionary, and his heart for our people is just amazing. And when I say our people, I do mean Black, but not exclusively. Black people, you know that well, that he's, and that's why it's called Rainbow, because it reaches across. But he has a real heart for making sure that our people are getting the best opportunities we can possibly get. And this one, when he explained it, it just resonated right away.
As you know, Google took the lead in developing a program that we could use to implement in our local church network. Some of the relationship that you had with Reverend Jackson and the fact that you have such a fantastic ministry allowed us to come to your church in Fontana and begin to do this thing that was ultimately called Connected Churches. Tell us about your first presentation there and how the Google fellows that came and shared information, what was that like?
Well, again, it was exciting. Probably the most interesting thing about it is looking backwards from where we are right now, because we took a heart, particularly for our senior citizens, to make sure they got a chance to learn. And for many people who are tech savvy, this probably will not connect, but I want to ask you not to think tech savvy. Just come out of that for a minute and imagine people who are still using flip phones. And if that, some weren't even doing that. And we're saying, look, get ready for the next century. Get ready to go forward. Get ready for 2020. We talked about those kind of things back there. And Reverend came, as you know, and you came with him to our church. And we kind of had to persuade some of our seniors to get ready for this. And they did get ready for it. The training was exciting, having the fellows. And of course, as we say that, That's one of those kind of sexist words that we have to figure out another way for. But it is people who are endowed financially to be able to do certain things, and Google had endowed them, and they sent them down, and it was so exciting. We were the first church to have that. We really enjoyed it, appreciated Reverend's vision that got us going on that, and we appreciated the Google folks who then came as well. Many of the Google leaders came down and spent time with us in that weekend, and for good reason, because it was experimental. There were things they could learn from us, both good things and mistakes that might be made to make it better for churches in the future. So it was a great weekend, and our church loved it. Our young adults especially, they just loved it. We had a great time, and it laid a great foundation for what we're doing now.
That's so exciting to me too, just especially since I was right there. But how surprised have you been that large technology companies would be from Silicon Valley so willing to help faith communities with the resources that they brought to the table, and how Reverend Jackson actually managed the collaboration of these two groups?
I'll say I was surprised, and yet not completely. We live in an age of such great cynicism. People don't believe anybody wants to help anybody except that they make a big buck off of helping. And Google, they came giving. I mean, they did some wonderful things. The service, first of all, that they gave was just tremendous. Spending 2 or 3 days with us was also amazing. And of course, folks from Rainbow Push like yourself and the Reverend and Joseph Bryant, my good friend, who became my friend that week, in fact, and we've been friends ever since. But to come down and give a service like that, in the long run, there are some benefits that can come to Google and to Rainbow Push in the long run. But in the short term, it was a simple, effective way of helping our church. So we enjoyed it. Now, we did invite other churches in the area. We're just east of Los Angeles. And we invited a number of other churches that came and participated some as well. So it was just amazing and a tremendous, and I'll have to say, it was a precursor of things to come.
That's so true. And I find it interesting that since that first launch event, your church has just taken off in terms of all the resources and the program that you have there. Tell us more about what it's like having a technology ministry and finding that those services are implemented through the church, and how it affects both the congregation and the larger community.
Well, probably the most important thing I could say about that is that our ability, I go back again to our seniors, though it wasn't exclusively our seniors, but in a time like we're living in right now, that has just been invaluable, Charlene. It's just been invaluable because we're able to stay in touch. Our church corporate is able to stay in touch with the seniors. But here's probably the tickle, the thing that means even more, is that those seniors have been able to stay in touch with their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So that's been one of the tremendous ways it has helped. In addition to that, we took off with this before any bad stuff started happening in the overall community, but Bible studies, communications, prayer groups, women's groups, just amazing ability to communicate and to host events like what we're doing right now in our church writ large. So it's been a tremendous, let's say, beginning for us, because we have so much more that we want to do. But all of our groups are able to stay in touch, even in the midst of what we're dealing with. This has been probably one of the most exciting things that has happened in our church in at least 10 years. And let me say, I say that in a church where there's always something exciting happening.
I think it's so fascinating too, because as you mentioned, we are now in the season of COVID-19, where most of our faith communities are actually doing church online and various activities virtually. What do you think about Reverend Jackson and what he was able to bring about from that time to prepare us for a season and a day that none of us knew was coming?
Well, I think it is unquestionably the spiritual side. He is indeed like a prophet in that sense of preparing the way, seeing things that hadn't taken place yet. I've always respected him as such. I remember I speak often in schools, and I remember going into one grade school to speak, and I saw all of these pictures during Black History Month of great Black people: Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and Jesse Jackson. I mean, you know, on the little cartoon picture, and the Reverend was on there. And to me, it is just unquestionably his prophetic call from God. I see it as a God thing. But the fact that he could see ahead far enough to tell us, hey, we need to do this, means a lot. I'm sure he didn't see the pandemic coming, but I'll say this prepared our church and others that were part of that gathering when y'all came here, prepared us for this pandemic. It is just tremendous. It is amazing the things that it did. I think of Mother Daniels and I several other mothers that I could name, and you know, and most folks that are listening and watching would not know her name. I'm just using her as an example, who in watching the Sunday morning church services, at first, even though she had learned through the work that was being done through you all, she was hesitant to try it. She was communicating, but she was hesitant to try really going full born with watching services online. She finally got used to it. And she wanted to make sure I knew. And so she sends me these little messages, letting me know, you sure did handle Revelation chapter 13 or whatever it might be. Such a blessing to think before you guys came and before Google came with you, here's a lady with a flip phone. And now her life is on fire because of the availability of tech.
Wow, it is amazing, and it's such a blessing. It's just a blessing.
Yeah.
What would you say, Dr. Singleton, to faith leaders who have yet started taking advantage of what Reverend Jackson and Rainbow Push Faith Tech Vision are offering? How can this program and this dialogue help them fulfill and complete their missions?
Yeah. Well, the first thing I would say, Charlene, is this. Number one, and I'll say three things. Number one, brother, sister, go on and get on board. People are talking a lot about a new normal, when we get back to normal. Let's not assume that that's going to happen. Let's assume that we're going to need to take advantage of where we are right now, make the most of it rather than waiting for things to change. And in that light, no matter what happens in the future, if indeed everything is as free as it was in the past, this second thing is important. Don't go back to the past. Let this be an opportunity to go forward. There are great vistas ahead of us. As a church, we can really seriously do what the Lord has called us to do through another means. The message never changes, but the methods need to change. That's what drove us there to start with when Reverend Jackson and you and the team and Reverend Bryant first began to talk about this. That's what drove us there. the fact that we knew the message and we weren't going to change that, but the methods, we knew that needed to catch up and maybe get a little bit ahead of the next generation. So number one, don't wait for normal to come back. Let's take advantage of what we have right now. Two, even if it comes back, let's not settle for the way it used to be. Let's do something different. Let's get ahead of the curve and make things happen. The third thing I would say is that when let's fully take advantage of the prophetic voice of Reverend Jackson. And well that he's celebrating his birthday today. Still strong mind, still able to lead us. We need to really take advantage of that. And during this season, especially encourage him, but also listen to him. What is he saying? Because he's talking real good. He's talking real plain. So let's see what's the next vista. He has an eye. He kind of looks out and says, the next thing is this. And here's what needs to happen. Let's take a look at that and make full advantage of it.
Oh, that's absolutely fabulous. Every faith leader needs to take advice that you've given. So I was going to ask you if there were any last words you wanted to share with Reverend Jackson and Pastor Bryant as they continue to champion this movement. You've done exactly that. So I really appreciate you, Dr. Singleton, and for the marvelous work that you and the Loveland Church are doing every day. But on top of that, the work that you're doing as a technology ministry and the fire that you all have. We appreciate your time today and really hope that you are continuing to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Charlene, and we indeed are, and you are as well. We celebrate Reverend Jackson and Reverend Joseph Bryan. He's just one in a million, and we look forward to the future relationship with both Reverend Jackson and Reverend Bryan.
Awesome. That's fabulous. Thank you, Dr. Singleton. Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. Well, you guys have been listening to me a whole lot in this conference, and I got to say I had to switch up a little bit today because we're getting ready to dig into sports tech now. So, I had to drop the suit and tie for a hot second, had to throw on something else, and I didn't want to go NFL just yet because on the heels of the NBA season, I wanted to be, calendar correct and show a little Laker love, a little LeBron James love, because they did just win the championship a few days ago. So, much love, shout out to the LA Lakers. We've had an awesome relationship with that team for years. Reverend Jackson connected with Dr. Buss and with Magic and Kareem and those guys over the years. So just a little Laker love as we shift the conversation into sports and technology. And as many of you know, I get the chance of serving as the National Sports Director for Rainbow Push in addition to the PUSHTECH platform. And what we did several years ago, Reverend Jackson encouraged us to merge the two worlds of sports and technology. And after our first conference, we had a great experience, but then it was important for me to get some people on the cutting edge of sports and tech. And this brother here, let me just tell everybody right now, blew us away out the gate. I mean, I was so impressed with someone because I've worked with former athletes for over 20 years. A lot of times guys don't know what they want to do and how they want to do. This brother here, not only did he give himself a chance to succeed in another field, but he knocked it out the park in such a way that we wanted to feature him in our conference and give him a moment today to just tell you all how incredible the journey has been for him. And as he sits there and smiling with his thinking cap on, with his win-win shirt, that's what he's all about, y'all. And so it's my pleasure, my privilege to introduce to you all. And he's been with us before. This is not his first time with PUSHTECH. He's been with us all these past several years of the platform. And so we want to just give this moment to my brother, Mike T. Brown. Mike, what's up, man? How you doing?
Dr. B, man, first of all, let me just say thank you for that amazing introduction. You've become a close friend and ally, to me in my journey, since I first landed in the Bay in 2014. I want to say hello to everybody that's watching and tuned in. Thank you for checking me out in this session for the PUSHTECH2020 Summit. I know it's a phenomenal days, right, of great content, and I'm just honored to be here to share a little bit about my journey, what I've gone through, and how I can be helpful, and the folks that have helped me along that journey, including my guy, Dr. B. I appreciate you, brother.
When we first connected, man, we were talking about your transition and how you made the decision to go into tech, and how you went into it like full bore. It wasn't no half stepping for you, man. You went in it all in. You wasn't playing. You weren't just on the peripheral. You wanted to get educated, equipped. Talk a little bit about, you can go ahead and talk a little bit about your NFL career, but then talk about that moment after those years of playing on the field, man. You went from tackling to tech. Talk about it.
Yeah, tackling the tech, man. It's something that I'm very proud of, and I think just to give a little of that background and context. I'm from Houston originally, and born and raised, inner city, and single mother who's from Samoa, so I'm half African American, half Samoan, and my mom, raised me to put academics over athletics from a very early age, and I think that's what kind of helped, because as I got into high school, I was already well conditioned, into performing off the field as well as I did on the field. And, was able to maintain a 4.0, president of the engineering club, National Honor Society.
That's what's up.
So when it came to, going to college, that was one of the focuses, for me. And, being able to play ball and go to college for free would have been a great thing, but certainly wanted to prepare myself either way. So then had the fortunate opportunity to go to Duke University on a full athletic scholarship, and I wanted the best of both worlds. So I was able to, play in the ACC conference, one of the most competitive in the country, playing against the Clemsons and the Florida States of the world every year. And I was able to be challenged academically. That was something that, was really important to me. So I was able to get the best of both worlds. I did quite well at Duke. It was 2-time All-American, led the nation in tackles, started all 4 years. But the thing I was most proud of, to be honest, was that I graduated early. I was a public policy.
There you go.
And, I'm like, I can't be at Duke University and not take advantage of, this academic rigor and the network and all the things that you hear about. And I felt it was an opportunity for me to kind of go in and maximize, my impact, not just on the field, but off the field. And I can tell you now, years later, that has paid, dividends tenfold. But, the next stop was, because I was very prepared to kind of go a different route. At that point, NFL meant not for long, and still does mean not for long. And that's actually kind of what my journey was. I did, sign a contract with the Indianapolis Colts, and so I was so thankful, that Jim Caldwell, was able to see what a lot of folks hadn't seen because I was undersized. But nonetheless, I went there and I was behind Gary Brackett. I was middle linebacker, if I didn't mention that. And I spent a few years kind of bouncing around, trying to find my spot. But to be honest, for me, it wasn't much of a letdown. Now, trust me, I'll go hard at everything I go, whether it's to school and academics or the field. So I'm going hard. But at the end of the day, I knew that I had been preparing myself for life beyond football. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I didn't know anything about tech or Silicon Valley, right? I didn't even know what that was. And so that's where it got interesting, because once I hung up the cleats for good, by that time, I was now more interested in business. And I was like, all right, I'm going to just go get an MBA and figure it out from there. But when a friend of mine told me about a program in Silicon Valley, Draper University in 2013, trust me, it was the first time I had ever heard about any of this. And I went through the program and was just blown away. And I was learning so much. And I was kind of upset because I'm like, how did I not know this all existed beforehand, right? So I'm very passionate about exposure and access. And I know that's one of the things PUSHTECH is all about. And so, I'm an advocate of that. And I finished #1 in that program out of 50 students, and said, look, I'm getting into tech and I'm going after it. So to your point, Dr. B, when you first met me, I had just moved out to the Bay. I uprooted my family, my wife, and an infant at the time, and another on the way. I'm like, we're going to the Bay. We're taking a leap of faith. We're leaning on faith, and God had placed it in my heart to get out to the Bay. And I'm happy to report that, he since accelerated that vision. But to your point, when I got in there, I said, you know what, I'm not playing around. I'm not half stepping. If I'm going to commit myself and now my family to this, I'm going to be the best at it. So what does that mean, Dr. B? I taught myself how to code, taught myself how to design, and I started meeting and grooving and mixing and mingling with all the folks that I needed to include. And you yourself, back in 2014, when I was out there, was making introductions. And Dr. B, for those who don't know, Dr. B introduced me to one of our first investors in the whole company, Davin Joseph, a former player who ended up seeing it just based on an introduction from Dr. B and made that investment in us. And we've been off and running ever since. So I'm forever indebted to you, Dr. B, just for the amount of support that you provided myself and the company.
You took this thing on seriously, man. And a lot of times guys who play a sport, and you know how it is, man. You grow up, as a child, a lot of guys, start off in 7-on-7 and, they play high school and go on to college. There's a lot of discipline involved with that. It's not like you don't get good by accident. You got some God-given talent, yes, but you got to practice your tail off. You got to go in, you got to have the early workouts, you got to do, strength and conditioning, you got to memorize playbooks. Yep. And one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that, so much work goes into that there are transferable skills that sports gives you. And that's something that you took advantage of. You learned some things as an athlete in terms of discipline and focus that you translated into business and tech. Talk a little bit about that, because not every athlete gets that or makes that connection nearly as well as you have.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, because I'll be honest, I didn't even realize, what the transferable skills were until I was transferring those skills, right? Like, because for me, again, I had a little bit of, I had that kind of other side of understanding, there's other things to do, right? And so I felt confident, but once I got into, in particular, starting a company, right? A tech company, which always make the distinction between entrepreneurs, which is great, right? But start, a food truck or a restaurant or whatever, there's a lot of literature in terms of how to do that well or how to do it, right? When you're doing a tech startup, typically you're creating something that has never existed in the world, right? So there is no playbook, there is no Googling how to, what's the business model, what should it be, right? So when I was going through that process, you're literally making the best, you're trying to make the best decisions you can with the information you have available to you, right? Now, what I learned was this game is very, 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 very hard. It takes a lot of discipline and perseverance and, all these things that I realized, wait a minute, I've been refining these skills my whole life, right? To your point, through sports. Talking about the transferable skills, I was blown away with, when it comes to game on the line, I got to communicate to, 10 other players. Hey, boom, boom, get in right. I got to be on top of everything at that moment, right? Then I got to go, now I'm thinking about, I got to go pitch an investor, right? Or I got to come up with this product roadmap or whatever it is. The same mindset, I'm able to transfer that. One of the things I think, I'll boil it down to this, perseverance and overcoming adversity, is something that is a very, very, very good skill that transfers over well, right? When it comes to building something that hasn't, existed, because you have to be on your toes. You have to take that hit and get up and keep moving, right? It's like a cornerback, next play, short memory. You got burned that one, but now you can get a pick six the next one, right? So that's one thing that I realized I kept having to lean on. And another thing that I kind of underestimated was communication skills, right? So if you're on a team, particularly team sports, you got to communicate, right? The better communicators on teams that can communicate well typically do better than teams that maybe have a lot of talent but aren't working well together. So when it comes to building, our team, our company, right, and understanding, in the middle of the game, I know that I can rip this guy, and get him going versus another guy where I have to, different approach to get the best out of them. And that seems to work very well in this startup space. So, to all my athletes, whether you're in high school, college, even, trying to make it to the pros, or even our professional athletes, I know, we get a lot of folks tuning in. understand that there's a lot that you have there. So don't underestimate yourself. Don't feel like, man, this is all I can do. This is all I've been focused on. There's a ton of things that transfer over well, particularly within in tech.
You've sat on panels with us, man, and I can remember having conversations in two silos, really. One, you had won some competitions. You actually were pitching your thing, you know what I'm saying? And so there was that competition side to your beginning stages. And now you've gone from competing just to get in the door, to be heard, to be supported, to where you are established. Talk a little bit about that, man, and how, that competitive edge was there and you redirected even that energy into something that mattered so much, especially as you were initially just trying to get it off the ground. You talk about how to, start things up and, you're starting something new. Talk about that grind, man, because you were grinding. I mean, and every year we saw progress, and it always made us proud to bring you back because we could see that you had gone like literally, light years ahead because you kept grinding from one level to the next.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's something that, that competitive edge is something, like you said, we typically develop that through sports, right? We're always trying to go for the championship. Like, it's right. Why are you playing the game if you're not trying to win, right? And so for me, it was that same exact mindset early on, right? With these pitch competitions, like I wanted to make sure that I was, like I said, and I have the fun fact of winning every pitch competition. Outside of one, I placed second. Shout out to Stephanie Lampkin, who got me at the Black Enterprise. Right. The one time. She's phenomenal, and I wouldn't, I'm not upset about losing to her. But every other one, I won, right? And so I was very proud of that. But again, it was that mindset of like, you know what? If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna be the best at it. I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna research. So, I thank God that I had a little bit of natural ability to present, right? Because again, patient skills, being able to present to the whole team and the game's on the line, whatever it is, like I've been able to do that and motivate. So once it came to pitching, I could do that, but I really had to learn the art of pitching, the topics, the different flow, how you engage. Like that was something that, again, the competitive edge in me was like, I want to be the best, so I need to learn, right? And I think that's what's really important for our youngsters out there to understand, like, you can be the best, you can want to be the best, but you got to be willing to put in that work, right? That grind to position yourself to be the best, right? I tell my kids, in order to be the best, you got to try your best, right? And trying your best means taking that extra step, going in and learning what it is you have to do and applying that, practicing that, right? One of my coaches always told me, practice doesn't make perfect, practice makes permanent, right? So if you practice poorly, you're going to play poorly, right? It's pretty simple. Just because you practice it don't mean you're going to be the best. And so when it came to that grind of, being competitive and wanting to succeed. Now, obviously for me, I understand as I learned a lot about the tech industry and innovation and creation of these products and services that a lot of our people are consumers of, but very rarely at that time, the builders of, right? So there was another level of, motivation for me to say, you know what, I have to go win. Right? Not just for myself, not just for my kids, not for wealth creation of myself and my family. Like I learned very quickly what my role in this ecosystem, in this game could and should be, right? I need to go win because there's 100, 1,000 other, Mike T. Browns on the way up. And, for me being able to go down and try to break walls down that, are remaining from where others, again, ahead of me been breaking down walls, right? I knew kind of how important that is. And so I took that motivation to the next level in terms of understanding that when I'm tired and like, man, I got to get this deck done, I got to get these financials done, I need to start hiring, I could tap into a bigger why, right? And understand that, you know what, I got to pull an all-nighter, man. That's just part of the game. You know what I mean? And that's what separates what I say, the children from the adults in this game, right? Are you willing to put in that work? Are you willing to go after it? Because, last thing I'll say is, you're either going to make excuses or you're going to make stuff happen. And, I chose the latter, and we've been doing that. So I'm proud of myself and our team for pushing forward.
Practice makes permanent. I hear you, man. We're going to hashtag that out. This is a tech conference. We got to be socially relevant, right?
Exactly.
and so, Mike, you know, we've had these conferences every year. You've been with us, you know, right there at you know, HP and different places we've been. You've been with us in different cities, even talking to kids, talking to corporations, talking in business conversations. And every time I listen to you, I'm inspired more, because what I hear is someone that can see something and then go after it and isn't going to stop. You literally put your mind to it and you put your energy behind it and you do all the due diligence to make it work. When we first started Sports Tech, you know, as a part of PUSHTECH, the idea was, you know, we need athletes that can speak to both sides and can speak to the young person that needs to hear the message, can speak to corporations. You sat on that platform, man. You sat in front of corporate CEOs and board members and VCs. Talk about that experience and how, you know, along these PUSHTECH years, you've had a chance to speak to so many different audiences that has placed you where you are now. Because now, I mean, literally, I'm following you on social media. You all over the place. And I was like, that dude, man, he, you know, I see you and it's like, man, he's killing it. He's killing the game. And then once a year, we get a chance to just, you know, be graced with your presence and just say, I'm so proud, I'm so proud. So talk a little bit about how we've, you know, kind of made Sports Tech a thing because of you as an athlete, you know, building something around sports, but then building it even beyond sports.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. And that's why I got to, you know, again, give you credit, you know, the Reverend, you know, so much credit, because you put me in a position, right, to be able to have a platform and talk about what we're doing, right, as, like you said, Sports Tech is becoming a thing. And, you know, Sports Tech could be, you know, companies can be run by all types of folks, but to be quite frank, you know, I believe that athletes are best positioned to be building these sports tech companies. And one of our investors, one of my favorite, you know, players in the league right now, Malcolm Jenkins, is an investor. And, you know, he told me something a while back. He said, you know, those that are closest to the problem are typically closest to the solution. Right. And so when you talk about sports tech and athletes in particular, and our involvement and our interaction with sports in general, there's a lot of problems, a lot of things that can be solved, a lot of innovation. Right. And not that we have to be limited to sports, because I'll be honest, like when I got into tech, it wasn't like I'm going to go in and start something with sports, but my passion was at the intersection of sports, technology, and philanthropy. Right. And so for me, again, when you're starting something that hasn't existed in the world, you have to be passionate about it. You have to have a fire in your belly. So for me, it just so happens to be that sports was part of that, right? And what we've been building, but we're really in the philanthropic space, right? And how we help innovate the giving industry by way of sports, right? And so being able to be on those stages and talk to folks, right, is really been rewarding, right? As now sports tech is a thing, because a few years ago, it wasn't, right? It was just coming around. And I'm proud to have been, or to be one of those, you know, former athletes that is now getting the respect, quite honestly, as a tech entrepreneur, right? Because the difference was when I first got in, I'll be honest, like going in and saying, hey, I'm a former player and, you know, I'm starting this thing. It was kind of met with some side eyes from some folks, different types. And I remember, again, talking with you the first time, and that was when I was first telling people, hey, I'm trying to do this thing. And you just got so fired up about it and was like, bruh, like, I got you. Let me support you. Let me intro you. Let me bring you here. You know, and that was something that was big for me. And so I just wanted to lean in and build with somebody like yourself and the organization of PUSHTECH. And so, you know, being able to help establish that, you know, as part of PUSHTECH's initiative and sports tech, right? Because we got a lot of things that, you know, the Reverend has established and has been pushed, mobilizing. But I think, you know, this sports tech angle, I'm so happy to have been somebody that was early on in that establishment with PUSHTECH. But you look at guys like, you know, Walter, right? Who doing this thing at Politiscope, right? You look at guys like Ryan Mundy. There's a lot of players, you know, that are building companies, right? You look at like Kelvin Beachum on the investment side. Like there's a lot happening within the sports tech space, and I'm just honored to, you know, be one of the guys out front leading that and looking to my left and my right and seeing other players just continuing to push that. And to be quite frank, I don't think it's as possible, you know, without you, Dr. B, and Push Tech and everything that you've helped us to do, putting us in the rooms with those Fortune 500 CEOs and VCs and giving us an opportunity to show up. And then we do what we do best.
Reverend Jackson always wanted to make sure that everything we did connected in some real ways for some real purpose. And so now that you've had this, this journey, here you are doing something of real impact, real purpose. Talk to us now, just straight up, man. Tell us about Win-Win. Tell us about the platform. Tell us about what you specifically are doing. And more than that, tell us how we can connect, be a part of, support, and experience what you created.
Absolutely. So, Win-Win, and then let me let everybody know that's watching, this startup game is an iterative process, right? And one of our investors told us early on, less than around 20% of companies are what they are today, or 20% of companies are what they started off as. And what that means is, well over 80% of companies have changed, right, have pivoted, right, from what their initial idea was. And that's just typically because you've been in market long enough, people have been using it long enough, and you've started to realize. And that's exactly the journey that we've been on. We started in 2016, and we created gamified giving, right? So when we created this process and software called gamified giving that combines giving with gaming to make donating to charity a lot of fun and a lot more impactful. And the way that we were doing that initially was we were working with a ton of athletes. I was proud to be able to call on some of my closest friends who were in the league with amazing, massive audiences and get them to come on board as partners who want to use the platform. And so what happens is they would typically host a tournament, a gaming tournament. Think of almost like fantasy sports for good, but not as difficult as fantasy. It's literally pick'em challenges hosted by your favorite player. You come into the app and you predict who's going to win upcoming games, NFL games that weekend, for example. And then when you're in the process of joining, you're also able to donate fully tax-deductible donation to that athlete's charity of choice. Right? And it's actually voluntary. So you're not even pressured into doing it. But we started to see, based on this method and process and the incentives that were built in, people were giving a lot of money to the players' foundations. And then from there, what you're competing for in the tournament is not money, right? But instead experiences money can't buy, like having dinner with Malcolm Jenkins after the game or a FaceTime call or whatever it may be. But it allows you as a fan to get these very, very unique, cool experiences. And it's not by a raffle draw, right? It's by you being able to predict these games and support that charity. And it's a win-win at the end of the day. Now, that's where we started, and we've been doing that the last few years. And the one slight, pivot that we've made is really understanding, like, wow, teams also see this as, a big value add, right? So now what we're doing is we've shifted our model into more of a B2B enterprise SaaS software, to where we're selling gamified giving to professional teams, leagues, right? To where, for example, they're able to launch and host tournaments, gamified giving tournaments, to all of their fans across the country through their app or through their website. So they're using the Win-Win technology, and we're seeing some great, traction early on as we've started to make this shift and working with teams. We'll soon be going into colleges and universities who want to innovate, how they raise money from alumni, right? Typically, they're just dialing for dollars. And now what we believe is that we're the future of fundraising, right? That since 2000, there's been a steady decline in, the total number of individuals that are donating to charity. And it's not because people don't have money or there's a lack of causes. It's because there's no interesting way to do it. Millennials aren't doing raffles and auctions and, galas, right? Which, in post-COVID, who knows how these big, large-scale events will happen. So we feel very fortunate to have continued to iterate and persevere, right? And find our product market fit. And that's where we are. And so I'm so blessed, to be in a position as a Black founder, right? Running a tech company that's growing quickly, and particularly in a space that is very, very impactful, right? Because if we can drive more donations to organizations, right, including PUSHTECH and all the great initiatives that, Reverend Jackson has, that's something that means a lot to me, because that will continue to push the boat forward for different causes and different initiatives. And it's just changing and innovating with the times, right? So being able to meet people where they are and allow them to support causes in a more interesting way is the mission of the company. And it's something that I'm very passionate about. So thank you, Dr. B, for giving me an opportunity to kind of talk about, the journey, where we are, what we're doing. And at this point, just prayers from everybody and support, to continue to push us forward, is the best thing. But obviously, if there's any, foundation executives, pro sports teams, folks that are watching and tuning in, you can reach out to me, and I'd love to chat through how you and your organization could leverage gamified giving to impactfully raise more money.
Give us the website.
The website is www.trywinwin.com. That's where you can find us. Same thing on Instagram is try win win, and then on Twitter it's a little different. It's win_win. But that's where you can find the win-win company and everything we got going on.
I'm going to take advantage of our relationship real quick, because we brothers, and I can trust you with this.
Of course.
In the midst of where we are right now, and you mentioned millennials, and you mentioned young people, and you mentioned the journey, and I don't even want to separate this. I want to connect this really.
Yeah.
Talk to the 19-year-old right now. Just real quick message to the high school athlete, or to that millennial who's trying to figure out this space for themselves, tech, sports, career. Give us a 60-second, hey, I'm just going to give it to you straight, for a young person, a young adult, a millennial, high school, college athlete. What's your message to them?
My message, I'm going to keep it short. It's something that I found out later in life that I wish I would have known then, but I'm glad I found out. And it's called motion, not direction. What that means is stay in motion, right? Stay chasing your passions at this moment, right? Because a lot of people, they try to chase a direction, right? And they try to stay laser focused on a direction that, perhaps at your age, maybe it's what mom wants you to do, or it's what uncle wants you to do, and go be a lawyer. And you can go down that route and chase it, and you may find yourself not being as passionate about it, right? And so what I learned was like staying in motion, being able to say, you know what, I'm going to commit to this. I'm passionate about this. It could be esports, it could be regular sport, it could be whatever it is. But whatever you're going to apply yourself to, you got to apply yourself, right? You have to be able to do what the others aren't doing, because that's what's going to separate you from the rest of the pack. A lot of people do a lot of talking, not a lot of people do a lot of walking, right? And what that means is execute. I always tell people ideas are as valuable as they weigh, which is nothing. They don't weigh anything, right? It's about the execution in what you can do. So as my youngsters out there that are potentially at a crossroad, right? You just graduated high school, figuring out college. What I would tell you, number one, is stay prayed up, right? Because our Lord and Savior is the one that will really continue to push you and place it on your heart, the things that you need to do. And then at that point, you have to just go after it, and you have to commit yourself, right? Don't do a lot of talking. Tell people what you've done rather than what you're going to do. And I think you'll be fine, just continuing to chase your passion and go hard at it. And again, when you're in motion, you end up realizing, oh, I'm chasing this thing, I'm passionate, I'm being my best at that moment. And then it leads you to another situation on another path that you couldn't have predicted. That's what happened to me. You would have told me back in 2012 that, in 5 or 6 years, I'm going to be, a tech entrepreneur, running a tech company, knowing how to code. None of it wasn't happening, right? But being able to say, you know what, I'm going to take this leap of faith and go into this direction and be the best at this very moment. And then it led to introductions to Dr. B. It led to a bunch of other great things. And so to my youngsters out there, my young brothers and sisters, stay prayed up and go get it.
Mike T. Brown, y'all. Win-win, and you can. Amen. Thanks for the time. Much love, always. Peace.
My pleasure.
PUSHTECH2020 came in concept from a meeting in Oakland between Butch Wing and myself. Butch had done so much with Reverend Jackson over the years, not only in Silicon Valley, but 36 years really. He's walked alongside him. He's been a part of so many campaigns, so many initiatives, so many activities, international trips, meetings with powerful leaders, world changers. Butch Wing has been right there. 84 campaign, 88 campaign, all of the journey of Keep Hope Alive beyond the 80s. The doors being opened on Wall Street, the doors being opened here in Silicon Valley, watching Butch, listening to Butch, being encouraged by Butch. We've all been touched by Butch Wing. You all know him. He's always around. He's always handling business. Never wanted to be on mic, never wanted to be on camera, never wanted to be recognized. But today, Butch, we're going to make you sit there and listen to us talk about how much we love you and appreciate you. You've done so much for so many people, and he would never want people to know all the things that he does after conferences and in between meetings when he sits with people and encourages them and gives them advice on how to keep the fight going and how to keep pressing and how to keep making things happen. That's Butch, y'all. And he's done it so much and he's done it so long that there will be a void. I'm not really filling his shoes. I'm standing on his shoulders. Yeah, I know he's a little shorter than me. I'm a short dude too, though, so that's cool. But I'm standing on his shoulders, just continuing the work. And so it's my privilege today, it's my honor today to be able to have this moment with my brother, my friend. I stayed casual, as you all can see, because this is how Butch would roll. He just is who he is. He does what he does. He loves who he loves, and he lives who he lives. That's Lyle Butch Wing, friends. Here he is in live and living color. But more than that, here are your friends, comrades, colleagues, and loved ones, Butch, telling you how much we appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. I've had the privilege to have known and worked with Butch Wing for over 36 years, from the time he began working on Reverend Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign in 1984. Now, I've watched Butch Wing as a representative of Rainbow Push and co-director of PUSHTECH2020 fight for diversity and inclusion in the tech sector, long before tech companies even had diversity and inclusion departments. Back in the late 1990s, Rainbow Push and Reverend Jackson saw the diversity problem in Silicon Valley and its effects on job opportunities for Black and brown workforces. Ever since then, PUSHTECH, with the leadership of Butch Wing, started the tough conversations and built the relationships and coalitions that we have all benefited from today. And I have to tell you, the Congressional Black Caucus followed their lead and established our CBC, Tech 2020, and have learned from and worked with Reverend Jackson and Butch to move this agenda forward. Thank you so much, Butch. Butch's steadfast commitment to fairness, equality, and inclusion has continued to spur important actions and initiatives to this day. Now, in honor of his retirement, I'd like to present a congressional record to Butch Wing, truly a tireless advocate and ally around racial and economic justice. Of course, it reads, Madam Speaker, and then, of course, today's California's 13th Congressional District salutes and honors a great friend of the Bay Area and a true champion for racial equity. Thank you, Butch. Enjoy your retirement and your grandbabies, but I know I'll see you soon because we'll have some other volunteer work to do, but get some rest, have a good time in this next chapter of your life. Thank you.
Hey Butch, congratulations on your retirement. I can't believe it's been 24 years since you and I first met. It has been a real pleasure to work with you over these last 24 years. I will really miss you coming into the Wall Street Project conference office and saying, hey Steph, but please enjoy your retirement, enjoy your life, and I do hope our paths cross again soon. Take care.
Good day. My name is James Gomez. I'm the International Affairs Director for Rainbow Push Coalition, and I've worked with Butch Wing for over 20 years. We have traveled across the globe, to Africa, Middle East, Europe, Asia, and the America, and met leaders of different backgrounds. Whenever I discuss with Reverend about the makeup of our delegation, Butch's name always comes first because we value his hard work, experience, and contribution as a reliable team player. Butch is what I call jack of many trades and master of all. Whenever we need a press secretary on the road, Butch is there to do that job. Whenever we need a photographer, Butch will provide us with high quality photo. Butch is there as a speechwriter. And yes, when crowds are piling on Reverend, Butch is there acting as a security guard, fending off people from Reverend. He just does it all, and he loves his job. I already miss you, Butch. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement with your family. Stay safe, and all the best.
Butch, there's a rumor going around that you're finally going to make this retirement thing stick. Well, you deserve it. You've been such a powerful and consistent voice for people of color in tech. And how you manage to be both demanding and endearing at the same time is beyond me. I mean, when tech leaders see you coming, they don't know if they should cross the street or run towards you and give you a big hug. But seriously, I want you to know how grateful I am for you taking me under your wing, for sharing the history, for introducing me to your network, and for being such a great mentor. But you are a true role model of having a career that is guided by purpose for a greater good. And that's really something that I aspire to. So I love you, and I'm wishing you good health and good times during your retirement.
Hi, Butch. This is Team Intel. We couldn't let you go into your next journey without telling you how much you meant to us and how much you changed the industry. We appreciate your persistence, your perseverance, holding us accountable, and just you as a person. We wish you much success on your next journey, and thank you for creating an industry and addressing the needs that we needed to address as companies and an industry. We're wishing you much success and much love. Congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Hey, Butch. I just want to say thank you for almost 40 years of love and friendship. This, in fact, is the room that you built, but there are so many other contributions that you made that opened up doors for EOYDC. I thank you and I love you for all of them. Google, Apple, Cisco, HP. You just keep naming it, and of course we are in the Intel lab. So we want to count down 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Butch! Woo!
Mr. Wing, just wanted to congratulate you on your retirement. This is Landon Hill. We met many, many years ago when I was fortunate enough to get the Rainbow Push Scholarship. And I know I've seen you along the way, but to know that I'm back here now at EOYDC, being able to lead our programming as a director here, being able to bring my daughter back here now with my wife who also grew up in the program, being able to finish school, get my doctorate, all of that. A lot of that was launched because of the work that you did and the scholarship I was able to get because of you. So very much deserved. Thank you very much for all of your service, and best to you and the wife on your retirement. Take care.
What do we have to say?
I am so excited you're about to take some time for yourself and retire. I just wanted to say I love you from the depths of my heart. You're like the uncle I never wanted. Kidding. I also want to say you owe me dinner, I think. So now you're going to have time to pay me back. I'll meet you somewhere downtown Oakland, mask on. I don't know how we're going to eat then. Anyway, I love you. Talk to you soon. Thank you for all your support over the years. Let's find another project to work on together. Bye.
Thank you so much for all you've done to advocate for equality, diversity, and inclusion. We can always count on you to be a champion, and I want to say congratulations on your retirement. Even more time to spend with the grandbaby. Congrats, and thank you so much for your leadership.
I've already told you how much I love you, how much I respect your body of work. I don't think enough people know your story in the movement for social justice. I hope you take time for yourself and your family, and I hope you take time to write and to share your journey with Reverend Jackson with others. You're an inspiration, dude, and you may not be on the payroll, but I'm calling you anyway because we still need you in the movement. Love you.
My brother, there are no words to describe how much love and admiration I have for you and your body of work. I remember we first got connected way back in the early 2000s around this mission and journey of tech inclusion, and took a little bit of break. But when you came back, I'm glad we were able to collaborate. I think we were able to do such great things together because we had such a relationship of trust and transparency, and knew that we had to be partners in this journey. And so I know that you're moving on to bigger and better things. I wish you good luck and having fun being a grandpa and not being so tied into the movement on a day-to-day basis, but I still got you on speed dial and I'll still be calling you. So thank you for all you do. And I hope that you can take some time to rest and write some memoirs, maybe take up some golf and spend time with the grandbabies. Thanks a lot, Butch.
Butch Wing, I am so grateful for you. You have become truly like family for me, and I mean that, because in my family there's not a single person who doesn't lift their hands towards activism, towards racial equity, towards racial justice, and ensuring parity for all. And that's what you do every single day. I have learned so much from you about what it takes to move with conscience in everything that I do. I know that at every turn, if there's something I missed, if there's something I need to be aware of, if there's something I need to be fighting for, Butch Wing is going to tell me. It has been amazing to also watch you evolve into being a very happy, braggadocious grandfather. And so I hope that during this journey of retirement to your next phase of work, because we know you're not really leaving, that you are able to spend so much time with your family, with your new grandbaby, and that you keep sending me pictures. I want you to know that so often you are the wind beneath Reverend Jackson's wings, just like so many members of the team, but we see you and we acknowledge you for everything that you've done that has been both public and private, for every opportunity that you created for a person of color, because you pushed a little harder, bitch. And what I want to commit to you today is that we're gonna continue to do this work because it's the right thing to do. You have instilled that in all of us, and we will never forget everything that you've done. And I can assure you that because of you, we are so much better off, not just in the tech industry, but even as human beings. And Butch, I just want you to know we love you so very much. You are always family to me, and I'm grateful for you involving me in this world and in so many other ways. So much love to you. And I am here waiting for the next grandbaby picture sent via text message. Take care. Love you.
Congrats on your retirement. Thank you for your leadership. I really appreciate you. It's been wonderful working in the trenches with you over these years. You're a real one. Again, congrats on your retirement, and I'll see you in Oakland.
Well, there he is, the ultimate G-pop. Y'all see him there, right? Y'all see him? Hey, Butch, how you doing, man? Listen here, thank you. We couldn't even begin to thank you enough, man, for everything. And the people that shared, you know, they couldn't wait to say what they've said, but, you know, we want to make sure we can plug in a couple of extra things for you. And so, obviously, the journey started with our leader, and we want to make sure that, you know, you guys have a moment here to wrap this up with a pretty bow. I know it's not the last time we're going to see each other, you know, but Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson is the reason we do what we do, man. So I think they're going to bring Reverend Jackson in to say a couple words to you. 36 years on the journey together. right at his hip. You guys just a tag team like no other, Batman and Robin par excellence. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our phenomenal leader, the visionary founder and president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson. Reverend.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Rev.
Hey, Butch. Love Butch and Gene so much.
Love you too, Rev.
Yeah. I can never forget 1984, we were opening up the idea called the Rainbow Coalition. Multiracial, multicultural, how to involve people, and you and Timothy and Mike Marassa and May Lewis began to pull together the Asian factor of the coalition. We were rather in Union Park in San Francisco. We've traveled the world together. We've been to Japan, we've been to France, we've been to London, we've been to Venezuela, Cuba, all around the world. And I thank you for being the brother you are. I want to thank Gene, who's you all the way, and your little baby who now has a baby. My. I don't accept your retiring. I don't accept that, Butch. Too much work to be done. I can imagine prophets retiring. You can't say no. Look behind you, little doll, little baby behind you. So, Butch, we have work to do. The word is that we went to Silicon Valley a few years ago, 186 white board members, 3 blacks, 1 Latino, and like 30 blacks. That's because of your work, Butch. You're the connection. You made it happen for all of us. And so you and your capacity to think and to act, work tirelessly, you made so much happen. And I thank you personally. You've been so much to me. You mean so much to me, to my family. And Butch, I don't accept your retiring. I'm not retiring. I'm older than you. I'm not retiring. You can't retire. You work differently. God bless you. On the phone now is a guy named Dr. Todd Yeary, who is a Baltimore man, lawyer, PhD, minister, in the best tradition of our struggle. Butch, we all thank you in your debt. And Butch, thank you. I don't want